Debbie rules the chat with a quick fire flare. Her fingers flying like she just don't care. Super Dacob's world, she's the guiding light. Keeping trolls in check and the vibe's just right. Debbie's got the keyboard, she's running the show. Lighting up the chat with her witty flow. From the top of the stream to the very last line. Debbie's in the house and the world feels fine. She's got emojis lined up like a parade. Her modding skills, a fine-tuned cascade. Questions answered, chaos tamed. In Debbie's kingdom, no one's unclaimed. Debbie's got the keyboard, she's running the show. Lighting up the chat with a witty flow. From the top of the stream to the very last line. Debbie's in the house and the world feels fine. Feels fine. She's got emojis lined up like a parade. Her modding skills, a fine-tuned cascade. Questions answered, chaos tamed. In Debbie's kingdom, no one's unclaimed. Debbie's got the keyboard, she's running the show. Lighting up the chat with a witty flow. From the top of the stream to the very last line. Debbie's in the house and the world feels fine. Late night streams and the chat's alive. Debbie's there keeping the dream in drive. She's the unsung hero, the secret star. Holding it together wherever you are. So here's to Debbie, the queen of the keys. Turning chat storms into gentle seas. She's got the power, she's got the charm. Super Dacob, safe and steady arm. Feels fine. Oh.
Hi, everybody. Peace, 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 peace. And I do mean more than ever, peace, peace, peace. Welcome, everybody. How's it going? Welcome to the show. Listen, everybody, today is National Pink Color Day, believe it or not. Now, in America, at least. Rest of the world, it isn't. But, you know, let's just call it International Pink Day. So I am pink, the background is pink, everything is pink. We're going to have a lot of pink surprises today throughout the show. And one of the first surprises was a pink song that Bubbles wrote for Debbie. I hope you enjoyed. That was our little special treat for the day. I hope everybody had fun. Hello, Jackie M, LJK, Nina, Zara Justina, The Nectarine Man, Cecilia Brown, Finley Evans, Please Send Fruit Gummy, Minnie, Jeffrey, Aish, and Debbie herself, Kelly Carrick, Velasquez, Linda Nolasco, Kev, Teresa McGuire, And wait, this thing is scrolling. Jeanette Freeland. We got Kev in the house. Victoria Bolton, the original Manolo gal. Kelly Carrick. Speaking of Manolos, we're going to be talking about it just like that in this show today. So get your tea ready. Joyful Remorse, Grant, Rudy, Logan Keel. Have I missed anybody? Probably. But hello, everybody. How's it going?
Hello.
Hi, Finley. Finley's like, Is Bubbles being annoying now? After all the beautiful music she made, Debbie says, all is forgiven, Bubbles. Right? That was a good one. It was a bop. What a banger. Hi, Robbie Lorraine. So we have one heck of a show for you today. Pink is the color. Pink is the color today, okay? So grab something pink real quick and sit down in front of your screen, TV, laptop, monitor, smartphone, whatever you got. And let's enjoy the patty. I got a lot of topics for you today. And look. Hi, Jonathan Baltazar Despina Licomitru, Rose from the Dead. How's it going, everybody? Rudy says on Mondays we wear pink, period. Hi, Larissa. Here, you are safe. Very important. I want you to hear it, I want you to know it, and I want you to understand it. It is not easy for me to just come on screen and entertain. Positive energy. The world is going to, I don't even want to say what at the moment. So I have to gather my strength to pull it together. And then when the camera rolls and the lights are on and we are together here, we disassociate, okay? We are moving into completely safe territory now for the duration of this live stream, for the few hours that we're going to spend together. I am here for you, to entertain you, to get your mind off of all the crazy stuff going on. So just chill. Seriously. Look, I got my coffee ready. I'm on my second coffee, so I'll be bouncing off the walls anyway. I got my chali water. I got candy, I got sugar, I got everything I need, okay? So we're gonna do this. It's gonna be fabulous. Oh, Kelly Carrick, I love you all. It's safe here. Yes, it is. Of course we throw shade and we're bitchy. Duh. That has nothing to do with the safety that I'm talking about. You know. Nina says, thank you, Dacob. You work so hard. The world. Thank you for this, Dacob. This is our safe place. Absolutely. Yes. So we are here together and we have one heck of a show today because, well, the world keeps rotating. Okay. And the fashion, can we even call it fashion anymore? It keeps doing what it doing. It zips and zuzz. Reese's Pieces. Hi, how's it going? Thank you for the safe room. You're most welcome. And thank you everybody for being here with me. And yeah. So, if you like what you see, you can tip your host here. I see Terry already did. Thank you so much, Terry. Oh, by the way, it's my birthday month. So we're counting the days, you guys. We are 7 days to my birthday. By the way, tomorrow, fingers crossed, we're all still here. Tomorrow I'll be doing the after show, not today. So tomorrow I'm hopefully going to do an exclusive live stream just for Tier 2 members and Tier 2 patrons. Just letting you guys know. Today, I can't do both because I'm still recuperating from this, I don't want to say back injury. I don't know what happened to me. I slept on the couch one night and I woke up with terrible pain. I twisted everything. Now it's been a week. I've been fighting off this weird back situation. So I'm like constantly trying to turn like a robot. So anyway, sitting on this chair, I don't know how good it would do me. So I'm just going to take it slow. I'm not going to do 8 hours in front of the camera today with all the lights. So, you know, let's do the main show today. And then tomorrow we do the after show. So yay, more streams to do, but not all in one go. You know what I mean? So let's see how it goes. But anyway, a birthday bash, right, Kev? Yes. Lady Fire. Oh, Terry. Okay, we're going to start the birthday scripture.
Teresa McGuire tipped $20.
Officially, it's the birthday month. So I'm going to write your names. I'm going to write your names on this thing. Oh, you know what? We can do, hold on. Let me try to find the pink one since today is the pink day. I'm going to take out, it's as pink as it gets, but I don't know if it translates that well on paper. Well, let's see. Let's see. Terry, I'm going to write your name in pink because today is National Pink Day. And maybe I'll use the thicker tip. We're using the thicker tip today. Okay. Thank you so much, Terry. I mean, it's a thicker tip, but it's visible. Where is it? It's right there. Oh, it's very light. It's there. It's very light, huh? Well, and this is the thick tip. It's there though. You know what? I don't know. Maybe we should do the black one. I want it to be more visible. Hold on, Terry. Let me cover you with the black tip. Yeah, we want pink, but I think like it's nicer if we see it more contrasting. You know what I mean? Oh, Nina says, Dacob, I started using the pink celebration. Whoop, whoop, whoop. N22 YSL because of you. I love it. Yes, babes. That's the way to go. Terry, let me do this. Oh, this is much better. Much better. Yeah, let's do it like that. We're going to do the black one on the pink background. It's okay. I want you guys to see it very clearly, so it's better. Lipstick, I mean. Yeah, Nina, the YSL Lippy. Love it to bits. And from Kenny. Thank you so much, Terry. Let me add Kenny.
Teresa McGuire tipped $10. From Kenny.
And we got Kenny. Thank you, guys. Birthday month, birthday month, birthday month. Okay, so you guys, oh my God, where to begin? Oh, I am going to stream on my birthday as well. We're going to have ourselves a celebration because I said, okay, so the world is going to hell, but you know what? We're going to have ourselves a celebration. So I'm going to stream on the 30th of June by hook or by crook. If the world is still here, we're gonna do it, okay? Grant Ramirez, thank you so much, Grant.
Grant Ramirez tipped $5.
Grant, there you are. Yes, Quinn, we are filling up that happy birthday. Oh, Joyful Remorse, thank you, baby.
Joyful Remorse tipped $25. Happy birthday. Bleed purple.
Thank you so much, sweetie. I'm giving a signature to all of you guys. Yay. Oh, Carissa, you thought it was today. Oh, Sky, thank you so much. No, it's in 7 days from now. We're counting down officially.
Sky tipped $15.
Thank you so
Dear
much,
Dacob,
Sky.
kindly receive a warm greeting and thank you for the show. You have people who wish you well. We love you so much.
Oh, Sky, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much, sweetie. Here you are. You're in the happy birthday. Woo, 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 ba, 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 ba. Thank you, thank you. It means the world to me. Look, it is what it is. We are in the midst of blasphemy, but we make it through the day. IYKYK. Now, so much pinkness, and yet so much drama. Do you want to begin with a little bit of drama? The good drama. You know, the drama that is like, meh, that we can laugh about it. Angie Unboxing. Oh, Angie, thank you so much. Let me add Angie.
Angie Unboxing tipped $25 Australian dollars. Glad you are okay.
Oh,
Happy
thank you,
birthday,
Angie.
Month. Just in case I don't catch your live before the month ends.
Thank you, thank you.
XOXO.
Thank you, Angie. You're here on the list as well. Thank you. Very kind. Thank you, thank you. Look at that rainbow. Ooh, it's also Pride Month, so might as well add a little bit of that rainbow to the whole shebang. Now, let's start with, let me check. I want to say, oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. Let's start with Stacey McKenzie. Stacey, are you watching? Let's film this one. Stacey McKenzie, everybody, and Alexander McQueen. The Alexander McQueen and the Stacey McKenzie. Now, there's drama a-brewing. Stacey, by the way, everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's a legend, just my opinion. Subscribe, thumb up the video. Let's get to 100K. Blended Stacey. Credit to Stacey's TikTok. This is Stacey McKenzie. This is Stacey running for Alexander McQueen while Alexander was still alive. And she spilled the tea on her TikTok. I will post a link to her TikTok underneath this video, so go follow Stacey. She's amazing. And she looks like she came out of a modernized version of Cats. on the runway for Alexander McQueen. So Stacey was spilling the tea. Back in the 90s when she ran for Alexandra McQueen, she spills the beans. And she says that she only walked for Alexander once. And she in this video says, and by the way, I'm going to get to a question for all of you guys in just a minute, because first let me tell you the story. Let me tell you what she says, and then we're going to analyze it. And Stacey, are you going to come out of this unscathed, or are we going to also throw some shade your way? Now, I want to say, don't you dare throw shade at a Jamaican queen, because honey, a Jamaican queen can voodoo you to oblivion. So you better, you better be very, very, very gentle to a Jamaican queen. Alexander McQueen was not so gentle. So Stacey begins the story by saying she went to audition for one of his shows. And she came in, you know, her agency sent her to the audition, and he was present at the audition. Like all of his team, you know, the casting directors, whatever you need for the fashion show were there, and he was there. She says she came in, I'm paraphrasing here. She gave her portfolio with all the photos in. Back in the day, that's how they used to do it. And she stood there, and they're looking at her, you know. I mean, you are like a product. Like, obviously, you're selling yourself for a fashion show. So obviously, people analyze how you look like, duh. But she claims that he started laughing and like being to what she perceived as very, very rude. Like laughing and saying stuff like, oh my God, what the hell is this? Or what the F is this? And like really, really rude. And she kept it together. She's, you know, she kind of, at first, she's like, how dare he? But then she kept it together. But then he kind of went more in and attacked her. At that point, she went ballistic and started cursing him out or cussing him out in Jamaican. So she went full-blown ballistic on him, and then she zipped it and she left. And she thought, well, that went really bad. How dare he? How dare he laugh in front of my face? How dare he disrespect me so much? Well, guess what? Guess what, you guys? There's a plot twist. Actually, there's several plot twists to this story, but the first plot twist is she goes back home, or depending if she's traveling, you know, if it was Fashion Week or something, maybe to a hotel or whatever, or to the flat that the agency rents out for all of their models. It all depends. There's a whole system to these things when you're a model. But anyway, she gets contacted the next day or a couple of hours later by her agent. And the agent says, Stacey, you booked the show. She's like, say what now? She's like, yeah, you booked the show. So, you know, get ready. You're going to be in the show. She's like, oh my God. Okay, okay. So, of course, you don't say no to your agent. I mean, it's money at the end of the day. And Stacey also says in her video, like, she has to pay the rent. Like, she has to pay the money. So, Stacey is on time on the day of the show. She is backstage. They're getting ready. You know, they all get their fitting, styling, makeup is getting, as you can see, this is Stacey on the runway for that McQueen show. Looks like Cats, the musical. The good version, not the Sony Pictures version, but we digress. And she sees Alexander McQueen walking in the background going crazy. He's cussing people out. He's annoyed. He's like, where the F is she? Why is she? Oh my God, you're going to fire her. So Stacey says in her video that a very famous, at the time, and then she says, still to this day, very famous top model was late. Stacey, although we can all read between the lines, Stacey says in her video, the top model, I'm not going to mention her name, out of respect, wink, wink. I'm like, Stacey, honey, you don't have to mention the name out of respect. But I can respectfully mention the name. I believe it was Naomi Campbell. Allegedly. Because who else would be late? So obviously, I mean, just go watch the show. Which top model is missing from the show? That's the top model that didn't come. Anyway, allegedly. So Stacey never mentions Naomi, but I will because I'm ratchet that way, Stacey. Stacey, darling, I can do your dirty work for you, honey. Just let me know. Lean on my shoulder, whisper in my ear all the nasty little things you want to whisper, and I shall be your microphone, darling. So anywho, he's like, she fired, she fired. And he looks at Stacey and says, you, come here. Oh, that's how she said it in her video. He's like, bossing her around like she's a puppet. So again, he's disrespecting her. But he gave her the absent top models, allegedly Naomi's, outfit. So she had the main outfit, which is this thing. And he dressed her, they did the makeup and everything. So now she's wearing whatever Naomi was supposed to allegedly be wearing. And before the show begins, he comes close to her, pulls her in, and whispers into her ear. Now, I don't know if he was high on some drugs because, as we know, Alexander McQueen allegedly, loved the powder, allegedly. So I don't know what trip he was on, but he comes really close to her and says, listen up. I'm going to teach you a lesson. The stunt you pulled the other day, cussing me out in front of my entire team, never again. I hired you. You're going to get the main part in this show. You're going to get to taste the fame. And I will never hire you again. This is a one and done deal so that you will learn a lesson. Now, okay, now hear me out. Now, so at this point, what does she do? What does Stacey do? What does Stacey do? I mean, does she then freak out and say, you know what? I'm out of here. Go put the cat's outfit on some other bimbo. I'm not going to be your bimbo. Instead, she said she did really learn a lesson in that moment. And she says that she kept it together. She did not cuss him out in Jamaican again. And she ran the show. As you can see, she's on the runway. She delivered her best. And she was never cast by McQueen again. But she said that she learned a lesson that day. No matter how much they degrade you, don't come at them guns a-blazing, hate them on the inside, but keep your posture, stay composed, stay professional. If they are unprofessional, doesn't mean that you have to be unprofessional. You don't have to ever deal with them again if you don't want to deal with them, but in that moment, don't explode on them because they have the power. In that moment, they are in a higher position than you are, and you don't want to come across in front of his entire team and whoever saw you freaking out on him publicly like that. You don't want other people to see you that way because then everybody in the industry is going to start talking how complicated and difficult you are. Instead, she says you want the industry to see how easy you are to work with. You want the makeup people, the costume people, the hair people, the photographers, the lighting people, the set designers. You want them to like you. You want them to remember you as somebody super easy to work with. Because if anybody has any memory or recollection of you being complicated, they're never going to call you again. Nobody's going to think of you next time they want a book for some whatever project they have. And she says, and it's a small community. So it's not like I told Alexander McQueen off because he was a bitch to me. Yeah, but everybody else in that room also saw me do it in a very unpleasant way. And that shuts a lot of doors. And so she said she learned her lesson then and there to tone it down, stay silent when something like this happens, and then do what you got to do behind the scenes, but not publicly. And I think there's something to be learned here. I agree with Stacey. But at the same time, do you want to work in such a toxic environment? And then I kind of answered my own question there because I said to myself, well, every work environment is toxic. I'm sorry, guys. I know this sounds like so Debbie Downer, but when have we ever worked in an environment that wasn't toxic? I have never worked, and I worked in the fashion world a lot. I have never worked ever in any fashion environment that wasn't toxic, whether that be sales, whether that be merchandising, whether that be showroom, whether that be marketing, whether that be PR. Every single time I worked, and also as an artist in the art field, galleries, auctions, museums, dealing with curators, dealing with art critics, biennales, every single one of them was toxic AF. And you gotta learn to navigate those toxic waters. Like you gotta build a shell, like an exoskeleton, like Alien from, Ridley Scott or H.R. Giger. Like you gotta have that exoskeleton to not let that toxicity affect you, and you can navigate those toxic waters cool, calm, and collected, always with a smile. It can be a slight smirk. It doesn't have to be a full-blown psycho smile, like the everything's good here. No, you don't have to like go that, cuckoo. But yes, of course I can do that. Sure. Why, of course. When would you like? Yes, perfect. Let me write that down. I'll get on it right away. And you do it. And you keep doing it. And you find out who are the nice people who are working around you in your field, and you be extra nice to them, because those are the ones that might open the doors for you in the near future. But don't be a bitch in general and shut every door with your ass, because you're never going to work in that field again. Now, again, maybe that's not the field for you. You try to change the field. Trust you me, every field is toxic. So, we'll go. Just saying. And what do you guys think about the situation with Stacey? Did Stacey do the right thing? Because she claims that she learned her lesson afterwards. But also, most importantly, how do we judge Alexander McQueen in this situation? Like him coming to her right before the show, he didn't say it after her runway. According to her recollection of the facts, he said what he said to her before her runway debut for Alexander McQueen. What do we think about his attitude? Like him telling her he's going to teach her a lesson. He's going to give her the spotlight now and then never give it to her again. I thought that was a terrible thing to do. I think that's terrible. 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 Now look, I know certain drugs can make people go very, very arrogant and aggressive, especially the white powder. But there's, like losing your humanity to the point of saying to somebody, I have the power to take your entire career away from you. I find that disgusting. And also, quite frankly, the second, people like Gaga, started claiming when she was so desperate to become famous and became huge friends with him right before he passed away. When people like her claim that they're huge friends with him, you know what time it is and what a person he actually is. And yes, I'm not afraid to say I am no fan of that woman. Never was and never will be. Cheers. Because just check out what Jasmine Masters had to say about the starlet, and how she uses the gay community in particular to get where she's gotten to. Please, don't get me even started. And her Russian hookah accent in House of Gucci, girl, don't. At this point, I would have rather seen Natasha Lyonne. Natasha! Look, Natasha should have done the House of Gucci. Natasha would have done the perfect thing. Natasha would have been like, it's the House of Gucci. Now what do you want? I killed my husband, and I didn't. Natasha would, you see? And again, talking about Alien, another movie by Ridley Scott, House of Gucci. Yeah, he should have booked Natasha, just saying. But Stacey, all the luck to you. You look fabulous. Stacey also coincidentally mentions in her video that her favorite designer is Jean-Paul Gaultier, and Alexander McQueen is second. Still, after everything that happened to her with Alexander McQueen, she still, as a designer, talent-wise, she still considers Alexander McQueen like super up there, second only to Jean-Paul Gaultier. Let me know your thoughts and prayers down below, and subscribe while you're at it. Let's get to 100K. Love you loads, guys. Thumb up the video. Bye. Hi, Lady Fire Twitch. Cheers to you too, sweetie. Hi, Purple Butterfly. That accent. Oh my God, I know. Hi, Karen. Hi, Karen Brody. How's it going? So we just opened up the show with a little, goss, a little fashion goss. And Dacob stands Natasha. Oh, Cecily Erker. I adore Natasha. Lyonne, Natasha for El Presidente any day. I love her. Love that lady to bits. And I think Natasha Lyonne is the perfect, what's her face? The something Gucci. Patrizia. No? Patrizia. She would have been the perfect Patrizia. Natasha Lyonne is Patrizia, okay? Do we play it? No. We got a secret tip. Oh, it can't be played. But I got a secret tip that came in from Andy. It can't be played because it came through a different... It came not through these means. Thank you, Andy, so much. Let me... Let me... Andy, thank you so much, my love. Let me write Andy on to the list as well. Andy, where am I gonna put you? Ah, here. Here. Andy. I'm Andy with an A. So let's put you here. Here you go. Andy's on the list as well. Yay, Andy. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very kind. Very kind. Thank you. No, I'm not excited for Wednesday season 2 because, that loser's going to be in it. And I really, But I did watch the first 6 minutes of Wednesday season 2 and I kind of really loved it because it's giving me Silence of the Lambs. So I kind of really like that. But anyway, hi, Positive Foodie. Great to see you too. Oh, Claudia B, thank you.
Claudia tipped $25. Happy early birthday, Dacob.
Oh, thank you, Claudia. Claudia B. Whee! Ah, don't you just love it? Anyway, Natasha would have been great in that movie. Yes, Kelly. Oh my God, she would have been amazing. Oh, Despina, my love, thank you. Thank you, Despina.
Despina Lycomi True tipped €50.
Yeah.
Happy Pride birthday month, Dacob. Red heart emoji. Red heart emoji.
Oh, thank you, Despina. I'll put you in the D as well, because Despina, And 2 hearts. Thank you, Despina. Jackie, thank you, sweetie. Jackie, we don't have a J here, but I'll put you the H.
$15. So happy to have found you a couple years ago. You are an amazing person and create the best spaces for us. You deserve the best birthday.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Whee! Thank you, very kind, Jackie. Oh, man, another shout out to Kaz from 5 Foot Nothing. Go subscribe to 5 Foot Nothing's YouTube channel. She is healing from a nasal surgery and she's documenting the whole process of healing from it. By the way, she didn't have nasal surgery just for beauty's sake. Like she had issues breathing, so deviate septum and all that stuff. So they really had to do it for health reasons. But she's documenting very honestly and very to the point how it is day by day to heal from such, I want to say, an invasive surgery, even though, technically healing is not that slow for that type of surgery. But I think it's amazing what she's doing. Very, very brave. So go check her go check her channel out and subscribe to her. Hi, Cinnamon Roll. Why is the live on Monday? Because I was too depressed to stream on the weekend. You can figure out the reasons why. No, we didn't do Zara Justina. Zara, wait, did you send a tip, babes? Hold on, let me do Jonathan. Zara, I didn't see your name pop up. Hold on, let me do Jonathan. Thank you, Jonathan.
Bon anniversaire.
Thank you, Jonathan. Oh my God, Zara, I'm so sorry. We missed your tip. We're gonna do it now. Let me see. There it is, Zara. Happy birthday to Yeah, boom, 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 boom. Thank you.
Zara Justina tipped $10. Happy birthday, Dacob.
But we
When's
don't
the
have a
party?
Z. And the T then. Zara Justina, baby. Oh, when's the party? The party is on the 30th of June. And I'm gonna do a live stream on the 30th of June. So we're gonna have ourselves a little birthday live stream celebration. You know what? The world's on flames, so might as well go down partying. Might as well go down partying. Leslie says, so brave and so next level painful. I wish her all the best. Yes. She's doing great though. She's doing great. She's recovering really. She's a trooper. Kaz is a trooper. She's gonna get through this. You know, she never gives up. She never gives up on love either. Whew. Oh, Andy, thank you so much.
Andy tipped $25. You are the best, Dacob. Love catching your lives. Happy
Andy, I'm
birthday,
going to put
Smart.
you with Terry in the A. You're together with Terry in the A. Yay! Oh, isn't this beautiful? We're going to have ourselves a full happy birthday. I love this. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. And so where was we? Oh yeah, so we're going to stream in 7 days again. Well, we're going to stream tomorrow for tier 2 members and tier 2 patrons. Tomorrow is like the exclusive stream. So just FYI, get ready. We're going to do, tier 2 members and patrons stream where we also get to talk about stuff that we can't talk here. Algorithm. We love you, YouTube. Kind and gentle algorithm and all that stuff. But in the other show, what happens in the after show stays in the after show. We'll go. Oh, so wait, hold on. Okay, let's do a fun one. We're in the pink atmosphere. Let's film a cute little moment. It is the National Day. It's the National Color Pink Day. So in America, today is the official day to celebrate the color pink. Believe it or not. Okay. And so we're going to celebrate it my way. I'm wearing pink. We have a pink background. Not too Barbie-esque. Or is it? Let's film a topic. You guys, welcome to the show. Listen, I have a gorgeous little thing to share with you today. Hold on, let me just pull it out of its protective sleeve. I am filming this on National Pink Day, which was, what was it? The 23rd of June is when I'm filming this. So we have I'm wearing pink, we have a little pink background, and I got myself a little pre-birthday present from me to me, the Barbie remote control Corvette. Yeah, guys, it is the Barbie Corvette from the movie. And it's pink and we love it. So it's just a quick review. I'm not going to be driving this because I am filming this video in front of a live virtual audience. So I can't move the camera right now. So I'm not going to put this on the floor and ride it around the house. But what I am going to do is I'm going to unbox something connected to this. But first of all, can I just put the pink Labubu in here? Okay. We're going to have ourselves... Wait, let me turn the head of the Labubu outwards. Okay. So this little biatch is chilling. And yes, you best believe the Labubu is on its way to greener, sunnier pastures. Isn't it adorable? I mean, can we talk? Barbie could never. Barbie could never. It's perfect. And then another Labubu. Well, I can't really squish it in here, but we could put another Labubu back there hiding. Mahora says Barbubu. Yeah, it's a Barbubu. So, we can fill the whole thing with Labubus. They can actually, it's such a pity to take it out of the box because I can use this box to put a lot of the Labubus on top as well. So this can be a fabulous display. Wouldn't you agree? But I'm here also to share with you. So anyway, this is remote controlled. The wheels are rubber, which I love. They're not like that hard plastic that sometimes toys are made out of. This is rubber, and you can drive this little cute Corvette all through the house. What I'm going to be using it for, to be perfectly honest with you, I'm going to have my people in the kitchen, okay, in the green room, and I'm going to be like, oh, I would love to have a Coke. And then they're going to put a can of Coke in here and then remote control drive it all the way to the filming studio. And then the little Barbie Corvette is going to deliver the Coca-Cola. That's the idea. So this is a technical prop that we need for the show, which makes it tax deductible as well. Thank you. Thank you so much, Uncle Sam. Thank you. Okay, so, but today I want to unbox this stuff with you guys. So this is what we're here for. The Barbie pink lippy. Can we talk? And I managed to find 2 of them. I also got the red one. Not very pink, I know. But I did find the Barbie nail polishes. And this is magenta. Can we talk? And then also, I have, which other colors did I get? I got the purple. Okay. And then I got the light pink. Okay, there's 5 of them in total. So I got the light pink. Then I got the lilac, which is, you see, similar to the purple, but not quite the same. So this is lilac, this is purple. And then I got the classic Barbie pink as well, which is different to this other pink, methinks. Yeah. So these are kind of the 3 pinks, and they are all different. I mean, you can see how these 2 look similar, but they're not the same pink. Can you see the difference on camera? I hope you can. So technically, this one is a darker, like magenta, and this is more a flashy pink. They are 2 different shades of pink. So we got 5 of those lippies, nail polishes, and then we got 2 of, they also have 5 of these. I couldn't find all 5. I could not find all 5 shades. I only found 2. But listen, I want to start with the pink one, the flashy Barbie pink. Now, you might think, oh, are we going to do nail polishes? Well, no, it's the Barbie world after all, so there is no real nail polish in here. But what is in here is a miniature Barbie, you guys, and it's kind of like a secret. We don't know which one is inside. It's just like the Labubus. You never know which one is going to be, but it could be one of these 9 or 10. How many are there? 10 of them. And they even have 2 Kens. We even have an option of getting a Ken in here. Can you believe? So I wonder, and yes, the mini Barbie is inside of this nail polish container. And to make it even more cute, they change color. A streak of their hair changes color if it gets in contact with cold or hot water or temperature. So anyway, if I do get a shopping link to these, I'll post it down below or not. I don't think I can yet because my channel doesn't have like 10,000 subbies yet. So anyway, let's break into mini Barbie land. Look, this video is meant for adult collectors, just, you know, FYI. I'm even going to use my pink scissors. Today, everything is pink, okay? Give me a break. I need some positivity in my life right now, so it's all going to be pink. And I know that usually, you know, unboxing, you know, toys and stuff like this, there's a certain way people do it. Not on my channel. We go all over the place. We have, it's an emotion. It's a sensation. It's a vibe. It's a zhuzh. We live it. You know what I mean? Okay, inside of this little pink Barbie apartment. All right, so this is the first one, and I do believe that I can just rip it open. Yeah. Okay. All right, we got the, oh, this is so cute with the Barbie logo. Look, I've been thinking, would I have liked the stopper to be also pink? No. You know why? I mean, it could have been some other shade. No, black is fine actually, because each one of the bottom ones has a different color. So what brings them together and unifies them is that the lids are all the same. It doesn't have a sticker at the bottom either. It's, I mean, we're talking, you know, it's very minimal. I mean, it does have probably some code. Does it have a code there? Oh, it says made in China. 2024, copyright 2024 Mattel, made in China. Okay. Okay, we're opening the first. Oh my God. Okay, first of all, it does have a little brush. Isn't this adorable? And I have a little, sorry, I got marker stain here. But Look, on the inside, they imitate the actual nail polish, and it's shifted to the side. It's not centered because it needs to keep the Barbie inside. So when you open it, there's a little miniature Barbie. And who is our first Barbie? I think we got Midge. Is this Kira or Midge? Oh my gosh, she's adorable. Hold on. Hold and shut the front door. She is everything. She is everything. Okay? Yes, queen. And I think her hair, well, I don't have ice with me now, but I think, everything is really hot in the studio here. So her hair changes color, probably from dark blue to a pastel color. There she is. And she has little polka dots all over. Sorry, I have so much marker on my hand because I've been writing with a black marker today. Maybe I can wash it off a little bit, but there you go. I think she's Midge or Kira. I don't know. And she has a little bottom. It's the shape of a heart so that you can place her in the miniature play sets. Her hair in the back is gorgeous as well. Look at that little frizzy hair, very 80s moment. And I love her shoes. She's fancy and fashionable. And she can sit down. She can chill. She can chill with us. Isn't she gorgeous? And you can't really get her too close to the camera because she's so tiny, it's not even going to focus. But she is beautiful. Oh, I love this dress. It's like she's on mushrooms. There you go. That's our first one. We're going to put her back into the little... Oh, and then, of course, we can do our nails. Thank you. Thank you. How fabulous. Transparent pink, baby. Transparent pink. So that's the first one. The second one, we're going to do the dark pink, like the more magenta. The more magenta, as Rue McClanahan would say in the Golden Girls. Magenta. You're not feeling blue. You're not feeling red or pink. You're magenta. You can see the difference in color, slightly, right? This is the one we opened, the flashier one, and this is the magenta. Ooh, who did we get here? Ah, this one is gorgeous. We got ourselves a patchwork dress queen. Oh my gosh, she is sassy and adorable. Look at that little bow in the hair. Oh my God, she is something else, isn't she? I love the hair. And this little blue, little fringy moment turns like purple, I think. And that's the back. Oh, that little patchwork. I love it. It's like Roseanne's couch. Oh, I adore this. Oh, and wait, those are sunglasses. She has sunglasses in her hair. That's not a bow. Those are sunglasses. Those are sunglasses on the top of her hair. And the shoes, she got strappy sandals, and she's ready to walk the walk, honey. And she can sit down too. She can sit down, and she has the sassy hands. So cute. And she is in the magenta little nail polish container. And they are all random. We don't know which one comes in which nail polish, and there is a whole collection of them. I think there's even more than these 10. There's like many more than these, but they're all random. So let's see. We're going to do the light pink next. The light pink nail polish. So you can see here how, oh, this is the one we just got. So her hair turns from blue to green. Green, that streak of hair turns green in cold temperature, and in warm temperature, it's blue. And there you go. So now let's see. Let's see. Using the pink sizzlets. Okay. We're going to unbox this. Oh, this is the matchy pink to the Barbie land floor or street. Is this my favorite color? Yeah, probably. This is the classic Barbie color that I love so much. Also very 80s Barbie. So cute when you put them together. the 3 shades of pink so far. So let's unbox the pink one. What did we get this time? Oh, we got a sassy one with a purple streak of hair. Oh, she's in a lilac dress. Look at her sandals. Okay. Okay, she is sassy, almost like a ballerina vibe. But how close can we get before she unfocus? I love her dress. And the hair. And her streak of hair probably turns from this light pink to a darker purple, probably when it's cold. And then she has these little sandals with a heel. Okay. And she has a puffy little skirt on or dress. And the hair is all twirled on the back. Adorable. Sassy little look she has. She's given us. And she can also sit down. There you go. Is this midge? Maybe it's midge, maybe it isn't. She's poking out of here. She's like, oh my God, I'm drowning in the nail polish. Oh, shush. Bah. Okay. Next one is the lilac color. Maybe this is my favorite color. Either this one or that light pink. Let's see. So which one did we get this time around? I wonder. Okay, let's open this baby up and see what is our next. Oh, the lid fell off. Hold on. Okay. Reveal, reveal. Oh my God, it's a Ken. We got a Ken, y'all. Hold on. We got a Ken. Okay, this is a Ken with, okay, he's a sassy one. He is all sassy, and he is wearing his cowboy attire and has a blue little streak of hair at the top. Okay, he is, let's just say he looks like he's not going to have a lot of fun with Ken, but with another Ken. YK, baby. Okay, well, you know, it's Ken. What do you know? You know, you never know. Ken do what Ken do. There you go. He is cute, though. Look at his little shoes. He has cowboy boots. He's a little cowboy Ken with a streak of hair in blue. And he can also sit down. There you go. With a little heart at the bottom. Yay, we got a Ken. Ken in lilac. Beautiful color. Okay, that's the lilac color, and now we're going to do purple. Purple is the last color that they have. There's only 5 nail polishes. I bought all 5. But then we have the 2 lippies that I also managed to find. We're going to unbox those as well. Here we have the purple lippy, a purple nail polish. I keep mixing up lippy and nail polish, just like I always mix up leather and metal. Those are 2 words I keep mixing up. I don't know why. Purple, which is a different shade to the lilac that we got earlier. This is the one with the Ken. Okay, what did we get this time around? Oh, this is Midge, because she's ginger. We got Midge. Oh my gosh, she's a cheerleader, you guys. Okay, shut the front door. She's adorable. She is so cute. Look at her little sassiness. And look at her little hairdo. She's so 80s. Like, oh my gosh, she's such a valley girl. And she's very midge-ish. I want to say this is Midge. We love ourselves a good Midge, don't we? Look at her hair. It's really hard to, you know what I mean? But come on, Midge. There you go. Sassy. Look at her. And then she has sneakers on, high tops, of course. We're in the 80s, babes. And then Midge can also sit down. Yay! And we're going to put Midge back into her nail polish compartment. And those would be the 5 colored nail polish. These are so beautiful. I'm going to put them all on my Barbie shelf, and they're all going to be like next to each other. And they're really great props for filming as well, to have them like in the background. So beautiful. With the classic Barbie B logo font. Now, we still have the 2 lippies. And they also have Oh, they have different 10 Barbies in. Oh my gosh. Okay, this never ends, you guys. So there's like 20 different Barbies by now. So the Lippies have these dolls. Ooh, I want her. She's gorgeous. Oh. Oh, and the can. Oh my gosh, they're all gorgeous. Okay, let's see who we got next. Okay, we're opening up the red lipstick first. So this is from another series, I presume, if they have different Barbies for this little mini Dreamland assortment. And so these don't change color, but the lipstick twirls, does it? Oh my God, the lipstick twirls. Like the bullet, you can kind of turn it around. Okay, also made in China, yes. The bottom there. It gives us all the intel from Mattel. But these are 2023, so this was a year before. Okay, so do I... Oh my God, look at this, you guys. Okay, Barbie logo in the front. But look at this. No. Oh my God, the lippy. You twirl the lipstick? Wait, how do I get the Barbie out? How do I get the Barbie out? Wait, hold on. I have to lift the lippy out first? Oh, okay. So this, we take out the bullet. Oh, and we got ourselves a cat. No, wait, you guys. Wait, how do we, wait, hold on. Let me cover my face. Look at this. Does he go any deeper? It doesn't go any deeper than that. Okay. Ken is like, just the tip, baby. Just the tip. This is so adorable. He has his own little, oh man. Look at that 90s pattern print on this Ken. This is gorgeous. Well, we got ourselves another Ken. Oh, and he has a little heart stand, so he can literally be positioned. But any other Barbie can be placed there as well, because they all have that same heart-shaped stand. Ken, why are you bending over? No, Ken, no, Ken, no. Not now. So anyway, Ratchet. That's Ken. Okay, okay, girl. Girl. Okay, Ken, you're going back into your little, Ratchet. Oh my God, you guys, I love this. First of all, I love dummies of lipsticks, like factice, like when Chanel does their plastic version of the lippies. I love those just to have them. They're not real lipsticks, but I love the fake ones. I just love it. Love it. Okay. So anyway, let's open the last one, which is the pink lippy. Oh, this is gorgeous. This is my shade of pink, baby. Yeah, I know, guys. Ken wants to bend. What can I tell ya? It's summer. Yeah. So let's see what we got in the pink lippy. This is a gorgeous color, you guys. And, okay. And, whoop. Oh, baby, that's a big one. Oh, we got a Barbie in her little pink. Oh, isn't she adorable? Wow, wait, just to come out fully. Okay, there she is. Oh, she is sassy. Little blonde Barbie there for y'all. And I think she has sunnies on top of her head. Let me see. Are these sunglasses? Yeah, they're sunglasses. Very teeny tiny. And seems like her dress, the pink dress, is a little bit glittery. Just a little bit. I love this classic Barbie 50s, 60s hair being coiffed backwards in the ponytail. So cute. Yeah. So, and she can also sit down. She sits while Ken bends. Go figure. The Barbie world is a mysterious world. So there you go, guys. This was my set of 5 nail polishes, and I didn't get 5 lipsticks yet, but I'll find them. And we got 2 lippies. Isn't this adorable? So let me know your thoughts down below. Which ones are the best ones thus far from the ones you've seen here that you like? I'm glad we didn't get any doubles. we got really lucky there. So happy Pink Day, everybody. Thumb up this video, subscribe, and let me know if you want to see more unboxings like these. I know it's not technically like a Labubu unboxing because everybody loves Labubus at the moment, because these are also blind boxes, but in its own special way, these are adorable as well and cost way less than the Labubus. So mind you, the fun is the same. These are adorable. Anyway, let me know what your thoughts are down below about all of this. Should I do more unboxings like these? Never give up on love. Subscribe. Wasn't this adorable? Oh my God, you guys. There's like so much of this. Let me just throw it all down there because like I'll deal with this later. It's like so much stuff. Ah, ah. It's so hot up in here. Okay, maybe I need air conditioning. Pam McNeil, thank you so much, you guys.
Pam McNeil tipped $20.
Pam, I'm gonna
Hi,
add
Dacob.
your name here.
Is there a drink theme for your party? I'll be in attendance, drink in hand.
Aw, Pam McNeil, thank you so much. Pam McNeil. There you are, baby. Pam McNeil on the happy birthday banner. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Pow, 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 pow. I have to answer. Okay, hi, Dacob. Is there a drink theme for your party? I'll be in attendance, drink in hand. Okay, so you guys, you know when I'm not supposed to get tipsy. If I get tipsy, girl, the show goes all over the place. So, but when I do drink, I do love a dirty martini. So I might be allowing myself just one dirty martini for the live stream. And I do my dirty martini with vodka. Some people, no, I can do it with gin as well. But yeah, dirty martini with vodka. Usually I do vodka, dirty martini with vodka, very filthy, a lot of olive juice in it and a couple of olives. So yeah, that's kind of what I like. But I'm also thinking maybe something with strawberry. I wouldn't mind that either. Oh, tequila. I do love tequila. The only thing I really don't like, you guys, is rum. And it's not the flavor. It's like I get a terrible headache. Like the worst hangovers. I can't handle rum. Rum and I are not friends. But other stuff, well, I can do. You know. But anyway, we'll go. I know I've seen other tips coming in. Let me play them, guys. I hope you like this segment. I know it was a little bit, but look, it's still fashion related. It's Barbie. Can it get any more fashion than that? No. Hold on. Let me see if I have to play the tips. No, there were some, right? During the segment, there were people sending in tips. Oh, we deserve a rare drink, says Debbie. I don't know if I can make a rare drink. I'm a classic old lady. Give me a mojito any day. I love a good mojito. I love a daiquiri. Oh, speaking of pronunciation I know some people say daiquiri, some people say daiquiri. We've all seen Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, where they talk about the daiquiris in the desert. I love a mojito, but I want to talk to you about something. The pronunciation. Okay, so here's what I've been hearing lately. You know, I've been watching a lot of YouTube, trying to forget my sorrows and trying to forget to think about all the crazy stuff happening in the world. So I watch these videos where people talk about things, reviews, unboxings, you know, toys, perfumes, clothes, bags, all sorts of things. And I've noticed that a lot of people that make videos in English, and usually English speakers like natives, I need to write this down. Where do I write it down though? Wait, do I have a pad here? Freeform? Hold on. Okay. Wait, can I write? Okay, I just wrote a word. I spelled it out. Okay, how do you pronounce this? How do you pronounce? Oh, God. How do you pronounce this word? Now, this is an S. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Exactly, Nay says, especially. Okay, Debbie says, especially. Look, especially. I say especially. Like, oh, I love to drink a mimosa, especially in the early evening, right before dinner. I like the color pink, especially when it is a lighter shade of pink. I like to wear Chanel perfumes, especially when they are in the eau de toilette concentration. So that's especially. Now, here's the thing, you guys. I was kind of shocked that quite a few people online, I don't know which part of America they come from. There you go. Nay just said it. They say especially. Especially. I'm like, where the hell is an X in especially? And also, or the K. Where's the K? Where's the K? It's not spelled with a K. It's not spelled with an X. Why do people say especially? I kid you not. It irritated the bejesus out of me. I'm not the type of person who comments under other people's videos trolling. I don't do that because obviously it's terrible. You know, if you don't like something, move on. Don't leave like stupid trolly comments. But I got this close to commenting under these videos and go on a full-blown battle and being like, stop it, stop. There's no K, there's no X. Tyler is asking, where's the K? I don't know. I think there's shortage of the K because you know who took it all, babes. I mean, go check on Twitter, Tyler. Go check on Twitter. That's all I gotta say. They live among us everywhere, says Sarah. Y'all. Anyway, exactly the way I say it, I'm from the Midwest. Leslie, why? Why do you say Where's the K? I need to know. Like, what does this stem from? Where is the root? The root. Oh, speaking of roots, another thing. Trespasser or trespassing. So some people say trespasser, and they pronounce trespasser, trespassing. Why are you trespassing? We do not accept trespassers. I'm like, trespassers? And yeah, if you don't believe me, check out Dallas. Yes, the TV show Dallas in the 80s. Barbara Bel Geddes, Hitchcock's actress who won an Oscar, the Barbara Bel Geddes. She, in one episode, is catching off trespassers off of her property, off of South Fork Ranch. Look, I know my Dallas, okay? And she's out with a gun, and she's at the door, and she's like, you're a trespasser. Trespasser. Like, okay, learn something new. Barbara Bel Geddes, yeah. Tyler says that's the Madonna pronunciation. Oh, Madonna. Good old Madge. Yeah, no, she would also, whenever you talk Madgish, at this point, my Madonna pronunciation, I always say, oh, are you speaking Madgish today? Like Magish. You always have to add a yeah in everything she says or sings, because that is Madonna. She needs a yeah. Like if she's missing a syllable from a text lyric or a vowel of any kind, she's just gonna drop in a yeah, and she thinks the song is a bop. That is classic Madonna, and that is classic Magish talk, okay? Period. Now, Debbie says, I assumed it was British. No, No, trespasser. No, 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 no. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No, I don't think so. And also, Barbara Bel Geddes was not British, so. But yeah, Leslie Craven says, "Yep, just like in Dallas. Again, I'm from the Midwest. I love my Midwesterners. Don't get me wrong, but can somebody explain to me how did we get to pronouncing especially like there's an X or a K in there? Like, I would really like to know where it started, who started it. Like, how did we evolve into that? You know, because there must be a reason. There must be some reason where and when it started. But anyway, I digress, as they say. I digress. But you know, and another thing. While I'm at it, I want to rant about another thing. These people that do close-ups of reviews of toys or whatever, and you see their fingers, like you see their nails, like you see all of this, and then like one nail is like this long if they're a guy or a girl, and there's like black underneath the nails everywhere. They got crusty skin all over the place. And I'm not throwing shade at people who have to work hard with their hands. That is not what I'm talking about here. Nobody prevented you from cutting your nails. That has nothing to do with your job. Nothing to do with your job. I'm not saying you need a manicure. I'm not saying you need a pedicure. I'm saying you're showing your nails like this close. You're coming this. When I prepare for the live stream, the first thing I do is after I shower, I check my nails. I'm like, okay, do we have to cut something here? Do we have to fix something up because we're going to be on camera? Like, girl, no, I'm sorry. Oh, Mahora. Yeah, I've seen, Mahora sent me a picture of Lana Del Rey and her grandpa husband. Here's the thing. Ageism aside, Mahora, I think that guy has some debilitating disease because here's the thing. And this is a real thing, you guys. Did you know? It has a name. Can somebody do the research, please? Because I really am bad with the medical terms. Look, when people have like frog fingers, like the tips of the fingers and the nails, they go like all rounded like this and very round. It is a dysfunction. It's not a fungus. No, no, no. It's really a thing. It's a disease, you guys. It's a disease. Um, it's a disease. When they're like very kind of elongated here, and it's a heart disease. It's connected to some heart issue or some kidney issue. Like, guys, it's not a fun thing. It's really a thing. And yeah, heart issue. There you go, Nectarine Man. It's a problem. So even young people have it. This is not something to do with age or anything. And when I saw that photo of the guy holding Lana's thighs, okay, I was like, the first thing I thought was not like, oh my God, he's like 100 years older than her. The first thing I thought was, ooh, those fingers are very round. I think he might have some issue. I don't know if they're called club fingers. I don't know, but I wish him well. I hope he's healthy. And so there you go. Hi, empanada. Hello, Gloria. Gloria has been sending me wonderful videos and memes to lift my spirit up, showing me mother energy and mother love of ladies. I'm just gonna, we can't get into details here, obviously, but I'm just gonna say the videos that Gloria sent me were of mothers fighting to protect other human beings. Let's just leave it at that. And I was very, very proud to see all those ladies fighting and getting their way. Getting their way. Hi, John. John Baxter called clubbing of nails. Oh, wait, is that a whole thing? Larissa, Prince Charles, he has another issue. His entire hands are swelling, right? I think... In honor of Charlie, let me take a sip of Charlie water. Is that I don't know if that's a symptom of gout. By the way, I gotta say, again, everything I say in this live stream is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged, just my opinion, and I ain't no doctor, okay? So I don't know what I'm talking about, period, okay? So anyway, Rod, okay, Rod, so we did a video, didn't we? Ah, isn't this fabulous? We did the Barbie, we did Barbie. Oh, okay. Now, let's talk about Burberry, you guys. Look, I really, what a mess. Okay, so let me read this thing to you. We love Burberry's latest rebrand, but the designer of its old logo doesn't. This is an article written by Daniel John for creativeblock.com. Let me blend it in, y'all. Now, here's the thing. First of all, Burberry, I'm, aw, and, aw, bless. But anyway, so bless your heart, Burberry. I know that you've been in a strut and in a rut, and you got gut, 'cause you haven't been selling well lately. We'll go. Shout out to your family. But so, honest, you guys, crappier. I just, like, what are we talking about? We're sitting here nitpicking, like, oh, this was better than that. No. What was better than what? What was better than what? They're both ugly. Like, what? If there's anything to get upset about, it's that they're both ugly. If I were the owner of Burberry and the designers came up with these two options, I would be like, you're both fired. Anyway, huge thing. Okay, Miss Thing is super upset. She's super upset. And how soon is too soon to rebrand, they say. When Burberry dropped its latest rebrand back in 2023, we were particularly fond of the new logo. One of the strongest examples of the heritage logo trend we'd seen at the time, the return of 1901's Equestrian Knight design. That's the whole logo of the Equestrian Knight, which is none of these. Strongest examples of the heritage logo trend we'd seen at the time. Knight design, blah, 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 an overdue shift away from minimal sans serif word marks, but the designer of the previous logo has recently called the rebrand reckless. In 2018, Burberry revealed a new wordmark designed by Peter Saville, derided by many as part of a minimal logo trend that some said was killing brands. The plain logo type was about as straightforward as it gets, but Saville thinks it was done away with too soon. This is what Saville did. And he's upset. This is 2018. He's upset that in 2023 they went back to this with the whole little knight design. And he's upset. And he's like, you shouldn't have taken it away so soon. Girl, how soon is like not soon enough? How soon is not soon enough? Who's buying Burberry anyway anymore? Y'all. Nay says, I'd rather have a Max Mara coat if I had to pick. Nay, I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. Yeah, Anya, exactly. Doesn't matter. No one's buying it. How soon is now, says Karen, period. Also, like, I know that like some Asian customers still love Burberry. Apparently in China, like people still love to buy it. Okay. Shout out to your families, but like, the last time I saw Burberry was at Marshall's, at the cash register, in one of those little glass boxes next to the cash register, and they're selling you their cashmere scarves. Burberry. At Marshall's, which is the equivalent of TJ Maxx or TK Maxx, depending where you are. They all belong to the same company. So like, girl, are we gonna nitpick the logo? I think you got bigger fish to fry than the logo, Burberry. How about let's start changing the quality, pricing. They already started lowering their prices because they're like, we'll go. But yeah, exactly, Cinnamon Roll. I completely agree with you. Like, Cinnamon Roll says, You buy one trench coat from Burberry and that's your Burberry shopping forever. You're done. It's a one and done deal. I agree with you. If you want something from Burberry, you get their famous beige trench coat with a tartan red, white, black stripes, and you're done. You're done. What else you gonna do from Burberry? Unless you're not Kate Moss and, they give her all that stuff to wear. But sorry. And being upset because of this switch, girl, like you really don't have nothing better to do. In a recent interview with Dezeen, Seville called the 2023 rebrand totally and utterly irresponsible. But it isn't because of the design itself. Indeed, Seville calls Chief Creative Officer Daniel Lee's throwback logo really nice. Rather, it's the timing of the rebrand that troubled Seville in what he calls a management mistake. The 2023 branding was allegedly rolled out before Seville's own had even hit all stores. As a result, there was a time when Seville claims customers could have found 3 different Burberrys in the world. Seville's comments raise an interesting practical question about rebrands, namely, how soon is too soon? Take Jaguars, and here they talk about Jaguar. You remember we made a video about Jaguar. Take Jaguar's controversial rebrand from last year. Many were called for that one to be rolled back or replaced, and reports have suggested Jaguar has already replaced the ad agency responsible. But even with a much maligned identity like that one, perhaps confusion would be even worse. In other words, perhaps one divisive identity is better than 2 confusing ones. Girl, give me a break. Good luck, Burberry, but here's the thing. If I have $1,000 to spare, I'm not giving it to Burberry, that's for sure. I have a plethora of other brands with lacking quality and overpricing issues that I'd rather spend and burn my money with. Thank you very much. Yes, Chanel, I'm looking at ya. I'm still that sucker. I would still go and drop 1,000 at Chanel rather than at Burberry. Sorry, not sorry. Moving on. All right. Yeah. No, you know what I mean? Girl. Because no. No. So anyway, wait, okay, we're gonna film the gatekeeping. Okay, this is such a stupid topic. Okay, we're fashion, baby. Sure, why not? Let's film it. Would you ever gatekeep the brands that you're wearing? Granted, the logo of the brand isn't showing for everyone to see. If somebody asked you, oh my God, on the street, randomly, at a flea market, they stop you and they're like, oh my God, I love your boots. Where are they from? Would you be like, oh my God, thank you so much. I got them here and here and here. Or would you be like, how is that any of your business? Would you gatekeep it or would you not? Because TikTok, the world of the TikTokians comes again with another scandal. 2 women having a cat fight. I wish it were an old school cat fight like we were used to see in Dynasty, or as some people call it, Dynasty. Linda Evans and Joan Collins, the 2 actresses pulling each other's hairs out, falling into expensive swimming pools where champagne is being dropped everywhere. Crystal Carrington and Alexis. Anyway, we digress. Everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's a legend, just my opinion. Let's cue in Exhibit A, the First Lady. So this is Kat Limket, TikTok. I'll link the link to her down below. So Kat posted a story on TikTok about how she went shopping, either thrifting, flea market, or somewhere outdoors. And she shares her story. Look how many likes it got. 1 million, 1.6 million. 30,000 shared it. Okay, we'll go. Now, I don't know if this story is true or not. We got Kat. But okay. Go subscribe to this lady or go follow her. So Kat's like, she's like, I'm walking down the street, people passing by. Okay, that's my little ab fab reference. Okay. So she's this other chick wearing these cowboy boots with studs and a little bit of a heel, and she loves them. And she walks up to her and she's like, hey girl, I love your shoes. Oh my God, blah, blah, blah. You know, she wanted to know where she got the shoes. Long story short, the other chick is like, startled, like, oh my God, what? Okay, hello. Oh, you like the boots? These boots? And she's like, yeah, those boots. She's like, oh, the boots I'm wearing? She's like, no, the boots on your hands. No, but she wasn't, you know, she was kind of being bitchy in her video, but I think in real life she was not being bitchy. But anyway, so she told her, yeah, your boots, I really like them. She's like, oh, yeah, thank you. She's like, where did you get them from? And she's like, long story short, she's like, I'm not going to tell you. She's like, thank you for liking my boots, but I'm not going to tell you. Okay. And then she's like, but like, and she tried, in her video, at least, the way that she recalls the sitch, she says that she tried to be lighthearted and to say, okay, no problems, but I promise you I won't wear them the same day you're wearing them. And then she says that the other bitch claimed, like, how do I know on what day you're going to wear them? Now, at this point, I don't know if Kat is gaslighting us or what. Apparently, the girl who she asked about the boots was there with her boyfriend. Now, the boyfriend, according to Kat, steps in and says to her, and she's saying everybody's names. She says the girl's name is Ella. And I'm like, who's named Ella nowadays? Like, give me a break. Okay, anyway, so the boyfriend says to Ella, Ella, come on, tell her where you got the shoes. Ella starts fighting with her boyfriend, saying, like, no, because this always happens. Like, people, like, come to me to ask for something, like, I'm putting in all the work. I'm putting in all the work to look so fabulous for people to stop me on the street and give me compliments all the time, and I don't want to do the work for everybody else. And then he's like, girl, just tell her where you got the frickin' butts. She's like, no. So then she's like, okay, girl, I'm leaving this situation behind because those are like bickering. She starts walking away, taking pictures of the boots to then Google image search it later. But there you go, Kat. I hope you're happy that you ruined a relationship. You ruined a relationship. Poor Ella. But anyway, so now the story goes on, and this is like really, and this is how toxic social media really is, because what happened a couple of days later, or I don't know how much longer after Kat posted her video, a chick comes forward on TikTok claiming that she is Ella. Yeah. This alleged Ella makes her video saying, like, this is my version of the story. And she basically recalls the entire story the same way that Kat recalled the story. So I'm like, why would you want to make a video telling your version of the story and it's exactly the same like Kat said it? Unless you're not rage baiting and you're lying that you are the girl who was confronted by Kat. You're rage baiting, and in fact, a lot of people fell for it, because then I looked up her profile on Instagram. Her name is not even Ella on Instagram. So whatever. I think she faked it. But at this point, I started thinking, did she fake it with this fake Ella? Are they in cahoots to make rage baiting content? Like, I don't trust anyone at this point, except here's the thing. Would you be happy to tell everybody whatever you're wearing? Or would you be like, girl, no, not today? Look, I have no problems telling people what I'm wearing. Perfume-wise, I have an issue. Not because I don't want other people to have the same perfume I have. And I explained it on my perfume channel, Essentially Dacob. Go check out my video, Gatekeeping Perfumes, on Essentially Dacob, where I explain in very much detail how intimate perfumes are for me. Perfumes, you don't see them. They create an aura around you, but they're not a scarf. They're not a pair of shoes. It's something very intimate for me, perfume, right? And truth be told, I wear most perfumes at home for myself. But I digress. Oh, Mahora says, I stopped telling too, to be honest. I got asked several times what perfumes I'm wearing, and the reaction is always weird. Last time a girl said she's too broke after I told her what perfume I'm wearing. Cha. Bless. But here's the thing. With clothes, I don't mind. Because they're very visible, they're very in your face. If somebody says, oh my God, I love your shirt, where did you get it? Here's the thing. I love vintage. I love stuff. I love to research things. You know, I very, very rarely buy a brand new outfit. You know, sometimes I do, but and when I love something, I wear it. It's part of my style. I'm not that person who's going to tell you, oh my God, your shirt is like last season. Girl, I really do not care about that stuff. I'm more proud the older the piece is because I'm proud that I managed to maintain it and not ruin it. So the longer I can wear a piece, the happier I am. You know, I have clothes that are, you know, very, very vintage, 50, 60 years old. I have clothes that are 10 years old, 5 years old, 1 year old. You know what I mean? So I always say like, oh yeah, I got this shirt. Like I got this shirt from Marshall's last year. Fabulous. It was on sale. There you go. It's a Ralph Lauren shirt, by the way, little polo moment there. 15 bucks, maybe. Cotton, very important. If it's going to be one of these things, it has to be 100% cotton. Now, this is one of those little ruffly cottons. It's a poplin that is woven to be wavy. So it feels so good on the skin when it's hot outside, and it's pink. So yes, of course I got it. But I got it at Marshall's. Good luck finding it. It's probably 3 or 4 years old by now. Anyway. So Gloria says, what a novella, telenovela. And the boots are probably ugly. Gloria, I got you covered. Let me show you the boots. And I agree with you because the way that Kat was talking about these freaking boots, I was like, oh my God, they're going to be amazing boots. They're going to be amazing. Although I saw her shirt and I'm like, okay, well, they're probably not going to be amazing. They're going to be basic probably. But because she talked about them as if they were bedazzled with crystals and stuff that I thought. But no, when she said studs, she meant studs. Let me show you the boots. Surprise, surprise. I'm like, girl. Hashtag not sponsored, by the way. So she made a follow-up video to rub it into Ella. And she said, by the way, girl, I found the boots. And then she shared with everybody. Azealia or Azealia Wang, Beckett studded suede cowboy boot. Honey, with my calves, I could not fit in this thing. Like, I could not fit. What is this? This is made for a stick. For a stick. For a stick. Where are my chunky girls at? Where are my mothers at with the proper thighs and the proper calves? You know you don't fit in this, and I don't fit in this. So please. But anyway, y'all, what the hell? Oh, Anya says it's an ad. Well, probably she faked it all as an ad, right? And I'm like, you went to so much trouble for this? Nectarima says Ozempic calf boots. Yeah, there you go. Kari says, I don't get it. I'm too old for this. Robbie says, man, you can do better at a Western Outfitters. Polly says they're so average, right? I'm like, girl, but but you see, this is what I mean. Like, this is where the world has come to in 2025. We are so lame. We are so dull. We are so boring that something shitty like this, something basic, boring like this gets 1 million views. 1,600,000 likes. And we're talking about it. This is so sad. This is so, just when you thought that we couldn't sink any lower. And as Miranda would say, that's all. Subscribe. Let's get to 100K and thumb up the video, you know. The world is aflame, so might as well go down laughing. Love you loads. Bye. Everyone is a loser in this situation. Mahora says she could have just Googled Christian girl autumn boots. Well, no, then a cross would be attached to them. Oh my God, Finley, they're false suede. Oh, just looked them up. You did, didn't you? You're getting a pair, aren't you? You're gonna attach a labubu to yours. Hi, Lady Bradface. Get yourself an old gringo butt. Finley says, said in Blanche Devereaux voice. Now that's ugly. Ugly. Oh, yeah, they got little rhinestone lets on them. We could bedazzle them. I mean, we could funk them up. Oh, Joyful Remorse. Good for you. Yeah, no, pink cowboy boots for wide calves. Now we're talking. Now that's a boot I want to see. I want it pink, and I want to have wide calves. Thank you. Now we're talking. Kelly Carrick, you know Blanche Devereaux. Yes, you do. I love me a pink cowboy boot. But anyway, so there's that. So then, yeah. So I wanted to talk to you about And Just Like That. Now, we're entering now a little part of the live stream where if you do not want spoilers about And Just Like That Season 3, maybe just turn off the audio and just look at me blabber. But no, you've been warned. We're going to do a little bit of spoilers here. Jenny reads books. I'm Texan. My tendency is to be a cowboy boot snob. And honey, that ain't it. Oh, Jenny, you tell him, girl. And we all know everything in Texas is bigger. So where was I? Sorry, got my mind out of the gutter for a moment. Oh, let me drink some chali water. Okay. So, let's talk about And Just Like That. Hi, Manvi. And Just Like That Season 3. Hi, everybody. Dacob here. Welcome back to my channel. We're going to talk about And Just Like That Season 3. Now, hear me out. I have reviewed Season 1 and then Season 2, and then the strike started. The SAG-AFTRA Actors Guild Writers strike started, so we had to respect that, so we stopped reviewing. But here we are. The strike is over. Season 3 began 4 episodes ago. In fact, I'm jumping into review from episode 4 on. We're going to retroactively, in this video, touch base on the first 4 episodes. Everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. Thumb up the video, subscribe to my channel. Here we go. Let's blend in the picture. Here is the official advertisement for And Just Like That Season 3, Summer in the City, baby. So we got Lisa, we got Charlotte, we got Miranda, we got Carrie, and we got Seema. And I really like this picture. I wonder if they took like several photos and then they kind of all photoshopped them together and went, okay, here's the thing. The first episode airs and I'm like, we waited 2 years for this? And I thought to myself, because people have been asking me, oh, Dacob, we loved your reviews of Season 1 and Season 2. Can you please do Season 3? And I'm like, I don't like the first episode. How am I gonna... I don't want to review. Here's the thing, you guys. There's way too many people doing hate watching, bashing stuff online. Like, it's such a vibe for some people. I don't know why some people love it. I think that trend started during the lockdown, the pandemic. People were bored at home. Everybody became really evil and nasty, little gremlins everywhere. Trolls started sprouting out like mushrooms and haters and hate watch. Like, hate watch was so 2020. You know what I mean? Like, it's 2025, girl. Get a grip. Move on. Move on. You know what I mean? And a lot of people that were hate watching And Just Like That Season 1 and Season 2 and were doing reviews, they got hundreds of thousands of subscribers and followers. Like, you could see the evil seeping out of those people that were doing these nasty, nasty reviews of the show. Because they got fueled to get nastier with every new episode coming out with their reviews because the people watching were hate watching the show and they their viewers kept fueling them to become more and more evil. And I found it just vile. Really vile. I thought to myself, this is disgusting. I don't want to be friends with these people. Thank God I don't know these people in real life. They must be viciously venomous. Imagine having such a person in your life. And you know what? The worst thing is when they like sit down and talk, and they talk the vilest shit about another person or a show, and then they turn to their viewers and say like, but I love you guys, thank you so much for subscribing, you're all so sweet, you're so kind, I love you, you're so cute, we're all so loving and nice. And then they turn around to the camera and they start being vile and evil again. And most of these accounts don't show their face. They really hide their faces because they know what shit they're delivering to the world. And I do believe that part of the reasons why we're stuck here in 2025 is because of people like that loved to push forth the narrative of the hate. And they seem to thrive in that hate. It's disgusting. So, you're here on my channel now where there is none of that bullshit. The reason why I didn't want to review the beginning of the first episodes of And Just Like That was because I didn't like them. So I thought to myself, well, why sit here and spew just vile if I didn't like it? So I kept waiting and waiting, you know. Episode 1 of season 3 was, episode 2 was, episode 3, I was like, yeah, okay, we're going places here. We're going places. And then episode 4 hit. And episode 4, I was like, we're back, baby. I loved it. Now, so here's the thing. So when we began with episode 1, we're seeing the girls again. Everything is very slow. It's a very slow-paced motion. There's not a lot of music or sound in the background. It's not Sex and the City, right? Sex and the City, just stylistically speaking and technically speaking, there's always sounds in the background. You can hear the city. They had a lot of work put into developing a sound landscape for every episode, whether it be music, whether it be background noises, and then Carrie's off-screen talking about the articles that she's writing. So there was a whole dynamic to Sex and the City, which was kind of like the actual Carrie Bradshaw articles that she was writing. They were a character in the show as well. We don't have this anymore, but somehow I feel like they found a way to bring it back in because Carrie is now writing a new book. And I did warn you about spoilers. Spoilers, okay? Spoilers. If you don't want it spoiled for you, then don't listen. But I like that she's now writing this book, and it's a fantasy book about a woman from another time in the past, and it's very abstract. We're getting little glimpses into what her book is going to be about. Of course, she lets her private life experiences seep into this narrative of the book. And she has this huge house in Manhattan that she got from Big, or that she bought thanks to the inheritance that she got from Big. And the garden is infested with rats, and a gardener comes in and to fix the garden, everything, all the plants are gone all of a sudden, and it's all empty. It's like a hole. And everything has to be built from the ground up. And she starts writing her book about this woman in her garden, and the garden is now gone, and she ponders questions about her life and how her life will evolve, and it kind of starts from there. And as she kind of does this tabula rasa with that garden, and the rats are gone, and the gardener is this kind of sexy gardener who's kind of flirting with her, but later on we find out by episode 4, or episode 3 actually, that the gardener is now flirting with Seema, or technically Seema is flirting with the gardener, because like Seema came to pick up Carrie in her new house to take her away to Virginia to meet up with Aiden, because Aiden is we left off Aiden in season 2 where he said to Carrie, I can't see you right now. One of my sons is cuckoo. He wants to unalive himself, so I gotta be with him, take care of him. And I was like, yeah, okay, take care of him, but your girl is in the city. Like, give her a little something. You know what I mean? But anyways, like, no, we cannot have any connection, any contact until he gets better. I knew that cometh season 3, the first thing he's going to do Like already in episode 1, they're going to contact each other and they're going to get back in touch. Obviously, because who else is she going to date? Everybody else is dead. All of the other men, she nuked the other men, right? So there's only Aiden, and I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. So Aiden, of course, contacts her in the first episode. Now, here's where I got shocked. I know that they're trying to be like controversial and everything because they're ladies and they're like, what, 50s, 60s now? And how is sex life? You know, and yeah, I was kind of shocked. So Sarah Jessica Parker gave an interview to Howard Stern. They spoke over an hour. The whole video is on YouTube just a couple of weeks ago. And Howard Stern asked her, like, Sarah, like, what's up with that scene, like in episode 1 or episode 2 where Aiden calls Carrie and he's in Virginia and she's in New York and they have telephone sex? Like, she's like, yeah, that was in the script. He's like, I get it. Like, and Carrie, she's kind of a little bit shy to touch herself and stuff like that. Okay. But like, why does Aiden spit in his hand and then go down on himself? So you guys, okay. Now, Howard Stern is shocked by this. And Howard Stern says, like, when he does self-pleasuring, when he pleasures himself, he doesn't spit on his hand. And I thought to myself, and this might be TMI for you guys right now, but hey, it is Sex in the City talk after all, so you're here for a reason. Here's the thing, okay? I don't spit. I mean, not like that, I don't. There might be some spitting involved in other instances, but not in that instance. Okay, and I digress. So, yes, I was also a little bit surprised that they let Aiden do that. I think it's Michael Patrick King. You see, because Michael Patrick King also, if you recall, in episode 1 of season 1 of And Just Like That, when Mr. Big was still alive in episode 1, and Carrie was doing some research on self-pleasuring oneself, and she asked Big if he can jerk off in front of her, which he did. But he didn't spit. He just said, oh, I'm very dry. I have to put some lube on. And she's like, okay, let me write that down. And I'm like, okay, so Mr. Big was also very dry. So why is Michael Patrick King making all of these men that dealt with Carrie, why is he making them all extremely dry? Why do they all have to hyperlube? What is going on? What is she doing to these men? What is she doing? But we digress. So I thought that was, I agree with Howard Stern. I thought that was unnecessary. Did somebody tell Aiden, I mean, the actor, to actually spit on his hand for that scene, or was that his own improv? Did he think, oh yeah, I'm gonna add some gravitas to this scene by spitting on my hand before I touch myself? I don't know. Very bizarre. But here's the big kicker, you guys. The biggest kicker, as Howard Stern is telling all of this to Sarah Jessica Parker, she says, oh, I had no clue. I didn't know he did that. Because, you see, I never watch anything I film. I'm like, girl, don't make me miss Kim Cattrall again. Because it's exactly this attitude. It's exactly this attitude that makes people really annoyed with Sarah Jessica Parker. This attitude of like, I'm above it. Yeah, I never watch anything I film. I never watch Sex and the City. I never watch any episode of And Just Like That. Like, no, I had no clue. This is the first time I hear this. The first time I hear this, that Aiden actually spat in his hand. Oh my God. My girl. You are on Howard Stern telling the whole world that, and you are the executive producer of And Just Like That. And you're telling us that you're not watching a single episode? No. I'm sorry. Like, no. No. Anyway, we digress again. Che is gone. And I mean gone. In the first 4 episodes of And Just Like That Season 3, Che is gone. And I mean, not only is there no goodbye to Che, it's like Che never existed. It's like they never existed. Never. So, like, the writers, authors, they got the memo. A lot of people were complaining about the character Che. Che is gone. And I mean gone. Like, as gone as Big was gone after the actor had that whole scandal come out after the first episode of season 1 aired. Yeah, Tyler, arrivederci. So Che's gone. What are you going to know? But then somebody comes in as a substitute for Che. Guess who? Nobody who's transitioning or anything like that. No, we get a real woman, like real. She's a nun. Like, it can't be more woman than that. It's a nun. Played by none other than Rosie O'Donnell, baby. Rosie O'Donnell is a lesbian nun in I think episode 2. And of course she flirts with Miranda. And of course she ends up in bed with Miranda. Rosie O'Donnell is a hoot. I loved her acting. I just didn't like that episode. Something about that episode was hiccupy to me. But Rosie O'Donnell, apparently, they were saying in interviews that it was a one and done deal. Like, she was there in one episode and that's it. I wish they would go deeper into that character. She's nuts. Like, she is nuts. She's like, yeah, I'm a nun. And Miranda was her first. So of course, you know, Miranda, the second you put a little bit of emotional gravitas and pressure onto Miranda, she runs. Okay, she runs. And she was all fine having sex with Rosie O'Donnell, with the nun. And they had a great night and she was very happy. But then when she wakes up the next morning, the nun tells Miranda, this was my first time. And the second Miranda hears that, she's out the door. She's like, yeah, this is too much for me. I'm like, girl, chill. Daddy, chill. Seriously. So what? Okay, so it was Rosie's first. It wasn't Rosie's first time, but it was her character. We'll go. So anyway, I thought that was really funny. I love the wig they gave Rosie. Like, they made her look, because Rosie now she's letting her hair grow again. I love Rosie with long hair. But I think they gave her a wig in the show, and she's a wonderful actress. Rosie O'Donnell she's gold, so she delivered that character. She played her just right on the edge of being hilariously funny, but also tragically sad. And Rosie O'Donnell has that innate talent. She's very capable of showcase, like, she makes you feel 2 ways at the same time. I'm going to hell. Because oh my God, I can't. Because she makes you feel some type of way. Like, she makes you laugh at her character, but she also makes you feel guilty that you laughed at the character, because she tugs at your heartstrings and she makes you feel bad for her too. Like, first she makes you laugh at her, and then she makes you feel bad for laughing. And then she makes you reevaluate your life choices. Like, that's the power of Rosie O'Donnell. She's amazing. Okay. So, okay, fine. So that was just like a 1 episode thing. And Miranda's single again, and she had the nun. And all the pun that goes with nun. You just open the floodgates. And but actually Miranda is has authentically the hots for one of her, what is it, a producer. Now she's going to go to BBC. She's going to be a reporter on BBC. And this British lady that she's into, we've already seen her in season 2, I believe. So they've already hinted at Miranda, Oh, I thought, okay, yeah, of course the producer is going to come back in season 3, and here she is, and of course Miranda is into her, and Miranda gets to kiss her in episode 4, finally. But not before having a very typical Sex and the City moment, and I loved the comedy, and Cynthia Nixon is a master at timing, comedic timing. Cynthia Nixon. Nobody like Cynthia Nixon in Sex and the City delivers the comedic timing. You guys remember in the original Sex and the City series when she was pregnant and she was with Carrie in a shoe store or some boutique, and she had a ring on and she wanted to pull it off, but she was all bloated because she was pregnant. She pulled and she farted. And the way she said it and how she timed it between the fart and her saying, I can't believe I just pulled my own finger. I will never forget that. And the way she said it, her facial expression, she has comedic gold timing. Cynthia Nixon is a comedic actress, in my opinion, more than a dramatic. It was so funny. So anyway, so now another really funny moment she had this time around. She's finally on BBC. She's a reporter. They're filming her, right? There's a whole TV cast, TV crew that's on location to film her. She's talking about some activist stuff, political stuff, and the chick that she's into, she's like her producer or something. So she's there too at the location. She's behind the camera, right? And she told her, like, learn to breathe when you're delivering your, moderation on camera, blah, blah, blah. and Miranda, that's Miranda. And she's like, yeah, no, I'll take it slow, take it slow. And so she starts talking with the microphone. There's the BBC logo on it. I wonder if BBC paid them because, and Just Like That is on HBO or HBO Max. They keep renaming it. HBO Max, I think. And, but BBC is BBC. So I don't know if they like have a partnership, who paid who to have the BBC logo. I don't know. Anyway, she's like reporting for the BBC and she is reading the text. And while she's reading, they spelled out the word country, like, and in this country, there was this problem, blah, blah, blah. But I guess she forgot to breathe again and she swallowed and took a pause before pronouncing the entire word. So instead of saying country, she said cunt, re. And of course, that became a meme sensation in the Sex and the City world universe. So everybody like saw it. Her son called her and said, Mom, like, you are a meme. She's like, what do you mean? And then he sent her a video of her saying cunt, 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 cunt. And again, Cynthia Nixon. It's so funny. I couldn't stop laughing. And that whole meme that they made of her, delicious, delicious. So now she's, hyperventilating, super scared. Now she thinks the chick she's into is not going to like her anymore. Fast forward to the end of the episode. Carrie is in Virginia trying to mate with Aiden. This time, we did not see any spitting going on, although I don't know if he asked her to spit on him. Who knows? But she's in Virginia while she asks Miranda's character to babysit her house and her cat, because the cat is living in the house. And so Miranda stayed at Carrie's house and invited the chick she's into from the BBC to spend the night, but she was out with friends, the BBC lady. So she said, hey, I'm with my friends. And then Miranda said, well, then come with your friends, She asks Carrie's permission. Carrie says, sure, I just don't have any furniture yet. The house is new. And, but I do have a lot of wine. So all her friends come. The friends are so annoying. The BBC chick's friends, so obnoxiously annoying. And the BBC chick the entire evening was very reserved. Miranda, of course, because Miranda is always hysterical. She always thinks she made a mistake. So Miranda thought that the BBC chick was being all hysterical, and not hysterical, was being all reserved and not interacting because she didn't like that Miranda slipped on camera and didn't say country right. So the evening ends, the friends leave. Now it's Miranda and the BBC chick alone, and the BBC chick is leaving, and Miranda says, "Hey, why were you so reserved the whole evening? Is it because of the country thing?" And she said, no, it's not that. She's like, "Oh, you just don't like me. I get it. You just don't like, Miranda." She loves to flagellate herself. And Miranda is always into people when she has to run after them. We've seen it with Skip. She done it with Skip as well back in the day. And then she kept doing it also to what's his name? The one that she had the kid with ultimately. Oh, poor guy. We already forgot him too. He's also out of the show. It's episode 4. We haven't seen him yet. Brady's father, Steve. Oh, thank you guys. Yeah, in the chat. Thank you, chat. Steve. So the BBC chick turns around and says, "No, it's not that. It's when I really like a person, I always act like I don't like them. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay, because I'm really into you, so I'm going to be a bitch to you because I'm really into you." Reverse psychology, been there, done that. I get it. So then she's like, "Oh, kiss me, you fool," And then she's like, "But I'm a really bad kisser," the BBC chick says. And Miranda says, "I'll be the judge of that." And then they start kissing, and then it looks like a terrible kiss, by the way. And then Miranda stops the kiss and says, "You're a liar. The kiss is fabulous." I'm like, "Girl, please give me a break." So Aiden and Carrie are copulating in Virginia in the guest house because Aiden doesn't want Carrie to be in the main house because his son, who still has the unaliving issues, is there. But of course, just the first night, the second, he asks Carrie to stay there longer. Then she says, "Yeah, okay, fine." And then the second night, he says, "Now you can sleep in the main house," because the kid got used to the fact that she's there. The kid is so spoiled. Oh my God. First of all, Aiden's house in Virginia is a mansion. Okay. Carrie being all like, "Oh, do I have to spend another night in the guest house?" "You been fornicating. Yes, spend the night in the guest house." First of all, the guest house looks like $1 million. It's not a barnyard. It's not like he sent her into the barn. The guest house looks really bougie. So don't complain, bitch. But then, you know how Carrie is. And then the next night she gets to go into the main house. Also, Aiden's ex-wife is asking Carrie while Carrie is in New York, and this is the only part that Charlotte has been playing thus far, by the way. Charlotte has become the Adderall pusher. So all Charlotte is doing is running after her own kids, being hysterical about her ugly dog, and pushing the Adderall. Because apparently Aiden's wife asked Carrie to bring her some Adderall. But she said, "There's shortage of Adderall all across the country. I can't get any. Do you have any contacts in New York?" So Carrie thought that Aiden and his ex-wife were both in agreement about this. So Carrie said, "Hold on, let me ask Charlotte." Charlotte gets the Adderall. Carrie delivers the Adderall to Virginia. She gives it to Aiden. Aiden looks at her like, "What is this?" She's like, "The Adderall you wanted." He's like, "Oh, okay, thanks." And we all see by his reaction that he had no clue about the Adderall. We find out later that his ex-wife went behind his back in asking Carrie for Adderall because she wants to give it to her son because she thinks her son is uncontrollable. Aiden is against it. So now Carrie feels guilty that she's a pusher. She feels guilty, she feels sorry. She's like, "Aiden, I'm so sorry, I had no clue." He's like, "Don't worry about it. I know you didn't know." A huge fight ensues with Aiden and his ex-wife. They all start fighting. Aiden's ex-wife's new husband is a total moron. He's so disgusting. He's like, he took Carrie to the side at one point while they were all having this family gathering, and he told Carrie something to the effect of, "You can never be a part of this family. They're always isolating everybody else, and I just sit back and I just whatever, Then they have game night that night. He's not even playing games with them. He's sitting on the other side of the room. I'm like, what a douchebag. Come on, make an effort. The kid, however, so there are 3 kids, 3 boys, of which the youngest boy is the one that has the problems. And he's super upset that he doesn't win the games that they're playing. He's super upset that not everybody's always paying attention to him. He's spoiled, very spoiled. I don't know what other problems he has mentally. He does, obviously, because later on he runs out of the house, throws something through the window, literally almost hits Carrie in the head, all the glass that's shattered from the... I'm like, whoa, this kid is a liability. This kid is a liability. So then the mother says to Aiden, see, this is why we need the Adderall. They start screaming, shouting, everybody goes their separate ways. Carrie's like, I'm going to sleep in the guest house. And I'm like, oh God, is she going to make this about her again? Every time there's a bigger issue, Carrie finds a way to make it about her again. But she didn't. This time she managed to be a grown-up, and she talked to Aiden and she explained to him, she's like, I'm so sorry. Like, I made a mistake. She said she lied about her emotions because she thought that he was pulling back and becoming more and more distant, and she was afraid of that, and blah, blah, blah. And then she said, look, now I understand when you said you needed to be alone with your kid. I see it. I understand what you mean. He's like, oh my God, are you breaking up with me? She's like, no, 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 no. I am not breaking up. Could you imagine? He's, what's his name? The actor, Aiden's actor. He was so good in this because she traumatized him in Sex and the City when she left him for Big. And the way that he played the scene, the panic in his voice when he said, John Corbett, thank you, Finley. John Corbett delivered the panic and fear in his voice when he tells Carrie, like, you're leaving me again. I could feel that. I could feel that. And she's like, no, 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 no. Matter of fact, I want to give you this. And she gives him the key to her house in New York. And she says, it is we now. Okay. So that was a beautiful moment. And she's like, but why did you like the table I wanted for the house? And I sent you a picture in our chat and you just like sent me a thumb down. And like, I thought that was so like rude of you. He's like, I didn't think much of it. If you like it, get the table. She's like, yeah, but like, I'm like, oh my God, Carrie, shut up. Don't make everything about you. Seriously, get the freaking table. You want a freaking table? Get the freaking table. You're a billionaire. If you don't like the table, once you got it, you can sell it again. Don't make a big deal out of nothing. How's the saying go? Don't make molehills out of moles. No, I'd go something like that. Don't make molehills out of potholes. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. Ah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Finley. That's the one. Don't make a pothole out of a molehill. That's the new saying in the fashion bunker. But anyway. So Carrie is now flying back home to New York because we'll go. And she's like, doing her shtick. We hear her off screen saying like, and just like that, and I couldn't help but wonder, and I love that shtick that she does, but she's writing her book about the woman, and she calls her the woman. She's like, the woman was alone on her way back to blah, blah, blah. She's trying to be poetic. She doesn't have a poetic nerve to save her life. Poor thing. Bless her heart. But she tries. And of course, she's in the plane looking through the furniture stuff. She wants to buy that table that since 2 episodes she's been dreaming about. And she sees that the table has been sold. End of episode 4. Of course, I know that beginning of episode 5, the table will be waiting for her at home because Aiden bought the table for her. And she's going to be so happy because Aiden will deliver the blah, blah. Come on. Oh my God, so predictable. But whatever. So Charlotte is beefing with the dogs in Central Park. She's friends with Anthony. Anthony's gayer than ever, still the cliche, but at least his boyfriend is a little bit less of a cliche, except for the sausage in his pants, which I think that's a prosthetic penis. Because obviously his business, he opened up a new bakery, the Stud Bakery, where all the guys are wearing tight shorts. You can see the bulge and everything. And now he opened it in some part of New York where there's a lot of bougie people, but business isn't doing very well. His boyfriend, the Italian, doesn't want to do it anymore. He's like, I'm a poet, I'm a writer, I don't want to be an object. But Anthony's business isn't doing very well, so his boyfriend decides, okay, I'm going to wear the pants, I'm going to wear the shorts for him again. And the second he appears in the shorts and we see a close-up of this ginormous dildo, people start turning around and running to the bakery to buy bread. Nectarine Man is asking, she buys her furniture online like IKEA? I thought she'd use auction houses for her furniture. It was like a used vintage place. But yeah, it was online. It was online. So Gloria says, bougie people don't eat carbs. Well, they do Ozempic nowadays, right? So anyway, so we all see the scene, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, so why are they showing this close-up of this actor with this ginormous penis when it's a dildo? Like, did they hire him because he really has a big thing? Or did they hire him because he's a good actor? And then they put the dildo in? Like, what's the shtick? Like... Oh, Tyler says she was using First Dibs, which has some great stuff. So how much did First Dibs pay them to use them in 2 episodes now? 2 episodes. You know that sponsorship money coming through. But, oh yeah, Nectarine Man says, no way is that his piece. No way. Yeah, it's a dildo, right? And I'm like, so poor guy. They hire him for this part and everybody's like kind of thirsting over him. And that's not even his his thing. What is he going to do after the show is over? Like, what pictures is he going to, what thirst traps is he going to do on Instagram? Because it doesn't seem like his career's taken over, you know, flying, you know what I mean? It's not like he was discovered on, and Just Like That season 2, and now he's acting in a gazillion movies. No, it's all about the dick. And if he don't got one, then it's all about the dildo, isn't it? Poverty. But we digress. At least he's more calm and less hysterical than Anthony, which we'll go. So yeah, Seema is fabulous and gorgeous. I adore her. She is really filling in the boots that Samantha left behind. She is less sassy than Samantha. She is not PR, but she's a realtor, and she is one of the most famous realtors in New York, and she's successful. She has a ton of money. But she wants a relationship. She's not like Samantha, you know, like this, I'm an independent woman who's going to take over the world and fuck whoever I want to. No, she's more like, I want to settle down with the right guy. But who's the right guy for me, you know? She's sassy and zesty in a different way. So I think that Seema is very interesting. Like the way they've written her and the way the actress manages to portray her is very clever. It's very clever. It comes close to Samantha, but she's not trying to imitate Samantha, which is good. This is good because you can't substitute Samantha with another fake Samantha. That would be dreadful. Nobody can do Kim Cattrall. So Seema is very clever, and the way that her character is written is very clever. She is not Samantha. She's something else. She's something else, but she's zesty and sassy, just the right amount. And I love her. I love Seema. Seema is wonderful. And she is different enough to the point where if Samantha were to ever come back, both of them could coexist in the same universe. Meaning they wouldn't need to write out Seema just because Samantha came back. They're different enough. Now, when it comes to Lisa, my finger doesn't arrive that far back. LTW, right? Lisa, which is the last lady in the queue. Her character is the only one that is lagging a little bit. She gets enough screen time, don't get me wrong, and she's a very rich character in the show. She has wonderful clothes, crazy clothes. I mean, she wakes up, like she goes to breakfast with her family dressed like she's going to the Oscars. I mean, it's insane in a good way because it's like, it's so stupid that I love it. It's very, very Sex and the City, right? Actually, it's more crazy than Sex and the City because like they have bigger budgets now. But anyway, uh, it's just her character. Okay, like her husband is in politics. Yeah, we don't care. We have enough of that. We don't need that. And then just like that, you know what I mean? Here's the thing. This is as far as politics can go, in my opinion, in Sex and the City. It's the time when Carrie dated the politician who loved to be peed on. And he said, "Can you piss all over me?" Like that, they nailed it. They nailed it with that politician. And she was dressing up like a Jackie O in the 70s with the foulard and the big sunnies. I mean, that was a moment. We lived for that moment. That's as far as I would allow politics into this show. I wouldn't allow a main character, the husband of Lisa, being a politician running for anything. It just ruins everything. And quite frankly, we've had enough of politics. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, so annoying. But here's the thing. They shot this show in 2023 and 2024. They shot this show before we knew the outcome of the election. So I think this show would be quite different in season 3 had they known what was happening. And this is the reason why I think a lot of people feel a little bit out of touch within Just Like That season 3. It's like a parallel universe. I think they thought that Kamala was going to win. So I think this show plays in a universe where she won. You see, and that's why it feels like out of touch with the reality we're actually living in right now. But it's okay because at least the comedy is getting there. By episode 4, the comedy is so abstract. It's like void of any logic anyway. So this is why I'm liking the show again. Like episode 4 is really good. Really, really good. Like old school, funny, lighthearted crap that we love so much from Sex and the City. But Lisa, she is editing a political documentary about Black women, which is great. It's a great message, don't get me wrong, but I'm like, she already has this hyper-political thing and she's been working on it for 8 years. Oh my God. And she lost her main editor because her main editor is going to somebody more famous to work for them. So now she has to find a new editor. And of course, she found the new editor is this gorgeous, sexy hunk of a muscle stud. And since she's having issues with her husband, who, because he's running for some political thing, she's gonna probably start flirting with this hunk instead. But you know what I mean? Like, Lisa needs to do something a little bit more lighthearted, connected to art maybe, you know? Take it away from this heaviness that we're going through in real life. And, oh, Ronnie Rose, great point. Ronnie says in the chats, they need more lunches and dinners altogether. That's the only thing I'm missing. Yes, I agree with you. They need more of that interaction, all of them together. And it was kind of cute how they managed to almost all get together at, what's his name? Her gay friend. Anthony, at Anthony's Bakery, like the soft opening. And then they made the whole joke about the dicks being soft. Anyway, so the soft launch of the bakery, and they were kind of all sitting together, but it was also very dead in there because there was nobody else around until Charlotte came or Lisa came with her famous friends. But yeah, they need more of that dinner scenario happening, and they're doing it, but not as much as I would like them to do. But then again, I think it's a little bit more difficult having 5 of them sit together. 4 was a dynamic that worked. 5 is a little bit more difficult to film, but it's doable. It just takes a little bit more time and effort. So Lisa, to me, I think her storyline needs to, they have to modernize it. Look, even though Charlotte also has literally virtually no storyline, she's the Adderall pusher, and she battles other dog women in the park. But she is comedy. First of all, thank goodness that Kirsten, that she stopped with the fillers and stuff. She took it all out. Her face looks normal again, almost back to normal. The lips are a little bit too pulled still, but she looks a gazillion times better in season 3 than she did in season 1. You know, she's looking, and she looks much younger now because like she stopped with the weird fillers. Okay, allegedly. But the comedy is right. So in episode 4, another classic Sex and the City moment, she's trying to have sex with Harry, but Harry's dad came to visit. And Harry can't get a hard on because his dad isn't. Turns out the dad went to have sex with the neighbor upstairs. The dad doesn't care if they're getting it on or not. So there's a lot of this like sexual comedy going on in Charlotte's house, which is hilarious. So it works. Charlotte is always a little bit ditzy. She's always a little bit oy vey. So that was kind of funny. It works, you know. Charlotte, even she's living in her own universe. She always did. So we're used to that. In other words, she doesn't have to prove anything anymore. Like her character has a specific comedic relief in this show. So even though her story is maybe not so interlaced with the other ones at the moment, it still works. I think Lisa's character, we need to see a push there in another direction, you know, just to solidify her fully in this new show, because Seema is fully there, in my opinion. But then maybe also because they made Seema be more connected to Carrie than to anybody else, right? So she has that direct connection to Carrie, which is the main character. And Lisa is connected to Charlotte. So Lisa always comes in function of Charlotte somehow. And since Charlotte is not dominating the scene at the moment, Lisa is even more in the background. So they have to change that dynamic somehow. But they're portraying Lisa more and more like ditzy, like Charlotte is. They have a similar character. Their kids go to the same school, so that's why they're also together in the same school, like fighting together for certain things to happen in the same school. By the way, speaking of the school, there's one episode in which, what's the name of the actress? I forgot her name. I adore her. She was in Last Man on Earth. That's when I first saw her many years ago. I loved that show, by the way. And now she's in What We Do in the Shadows, or What They Do in What We Do in the Shadows. She's one of the vampires. And she's also the character in Bob's Burgers. She's the daughter that wears the bunny ears. So anyway, she's a great actress, also great voice actress. And so she came in one episode. She's like a counselor to kids for some school, because obviously Charlotte and Lisa are already trying to get their kids, I guess, into high school or college, and they need the right tuition or the right advisor who's connected to the colleges or whatever, or universities where they want their kids to go. So they only want the best for the kids. And she's apparently one of the best, but she's a total biatch. So which was fabulous to see her. Like they turned her into this nerdy, glass-wearing, strict little lady. And she was there for a comedic role, and it really worked very, very well. I think it was episode 2 or episode 3. And she hated them. So there was a whole misunderstanding there, a whole scene of them kind of saying something out loud. Charlotte freaked out in front of her, called her names. She heard, got upset, and said, "Losers, bye." So anyway, there's that. Nobody's ever mentioning Big anymore. He's totally out of the picture. She's not even grieving. You know, season 2, she was grieving. Season 1, she was grieving. Season 3, she's not grieving. Kristen Schaal. Thank you, Kanan's Eyebrow. I love Kristen Schaal. She is amazing. She was so good in Last Man on Earth. And she's amazing in Bob's Burgers. And she's amazing, of course, in What We Do in the Shadows. Steve is absent for now, but we did see Brady, because he sent his mom the cunt meme. So Brady's back. He's cooking in Europe. So I'm thinking maybe Steve is going to have a moment. Although, I got to say, you guys, the goodbye that Miranda had with Steve in season 2, it felt like a goodbye. It felt like they were saying goodbye to the actor, not just to the character. You know what I mean? It felt very much like closing a chapter fully. It felt very much like we have had our moment. It's over. Thank you. I've learned so much from you, but I got to move on now. It felt very much that to me. So Steve, he might not be coming back, although we all love Steve very much. And Michael Patrick King knows that. So I think it would be very weird not to have him come back at all, because people love Steve. But since Miranda is now fully lesbo, what are you gonna do? It's like there's no place for him. You know what I mean? She a sister, and he a mister. So what are you gonna do? How are they gonna bring him back? And I don't see Steve together with Seema either. And because I'm thinking like the only way you can bring Steve back is if he falls in love with one of the straight girls. But Lisa is married. Charlotte is super married. Miranda, well, you know. And Carrie is not with Aiden. And Seema, she's not into that type of guy. She's not into Steve. She's into Carrie's gardener. So let's leave it at that. And you know, they're going to have a fling. Either in episode 5 or episode 6, something's going to give. Seema's story arch for now is also a little bit lame. I mean, you know, she works for this gay realtor and he has this business and he's going to retire now. He says he's like 90. And I'm like, he's never 90. And he's like, yeah, in gay years, like, because I'm gay, so I kept myself well. I'm like, girl, you're not 90, even in gay years, but we'll go. But anyway, so she expected him to offer her to buy him out and own the company. He didn't. He offered it to some other guy. The other guy wants to hire her. She's super upset. She's very proud. And she's like, no, I'm not going to work for you. I'm going to start my own company now. So I'm like, do I care for a realtor business? Like in a Sex and the City environment? No. And this is, I think, the problem. They chose both of these new characters. Like Samantha left, and this shows you how strong Samantha was. They needed 2 characters to fill the shoes of one, because that one character was so powerful they could not get somebody to be as powerful as Kim Cattrall. So they needed 2 characters to try to fill the void that Samantha left. And they still haven't filled it, to be honest, but we'll go. But then they chose their jobs. They could have chose better. You know, Lisa is a film editor and kind of political, and Seema is a realtor. You know what I mean? Like a realtor. Ugh. You know, I want her to do something more zesty. You know what I mean? Something more sassy. Something more. And you know why I'm saying this, you guys? Do you remember in Sex and the City, every single time we had a realtor, they were lame. Samantha was looking for an apartment. She fucked the male realtor. The female one was a total douchebag to her. Do you remember the female realtor that was lying to Samantha about she's going to show her always the best houses first, the best apartments first? She lied to her because she was taking into the apartment where Samantha was fucking her male realtor, went behind the back of the female realtor. He showed her the apartment first, while the female realtor came in while they were copulating with another company, with another family, with another party. And Samantha was like, you told me you were going to show every apartment first to me, and here you are betraying me now, showing it to this other couple. The realtor says to Samantha, and you betrayed me going behind my back with him, the other realtor. So it was a kind of a comedy of errors. It was a fun episode. But all this to say what? Like realtors in Sex and the City were always portrayed as insipid, lying, characters of dubious morals. You see what I mean? And now they're trying to fix all that by giving Seema a role of a realtor and giving her proper morals, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, it goes a little bit against what Sex and the City established already for us in the past. So that's why I think Seema should have been something else. But look, maybe she's going to change now that she's contemplating her life, and now that she can't buy the company out from the guy who's retiring. She's either going to start her own realtor company, or maybe she's just rich enough to start something completely new, which would be fabulous, if I'm honest, you guys. Because the realtor shtick, they made her a realtor in season 1 because Carrie needed to move away from her house. She needed a realtor to find a new beginning. You see? So Seema filled her purpose. She was the good realtor that helped Carrie find a new home. Now that Carrie found a new home, we don't need a realtor anymore. So Seema needs to redefine her presence in this show. She needs to be independent from Carrie while being her friend. This is just my psychology, but you know, whatever, for whatever that's worth. But I love the character. She's amazing. And that's about it for now. She's flying back home to New York. In the plane, she's like doing her voiceover shtick. The table is sold. I think Aiden bought it. Miranda is sleeping in Carrie's bed with the BBC British woman who has no sense of humor. But then again, classic Miranda. Of course, she would date somebody who has no sense of humor. Charlotte is in the midst of having a ton of kids that are gender fluid. One of her adopted kids is now dating a ballet dancer who is dating a guy as well as her, and she's totally fine with him being bisexual, or they called him something else. And she's kind of learning to navigate all of that, you know. Harry is super hilarious. Lisa, I would like to see a little bit more. I think Lisa is the most cartoonish of all of them. And I think that's not fair to her character. I think they should give her a little bit more humanity. She's the only one, and I mean, everything looks crazy, right? That's Sex and the City for you. But Lisa is the only one that seems a caricature. She's very caricature, more than the other chicks. And they all are caricatures, right? But Lisa is like the least relatable to me. So I think they have to tone her down a little bit, bring her into this world of Sex and the City a little bit more. And she's always a caricature. She's always like, oh, what am I going to do now? No, I promise I'm not going to talk in my sleep anymore. You know, I have the feeling she's just going to start moving like a robot at a certain point. Like, they have really turned her into a caricature. And I think they're not doing her anything. They're not doing her any favors. They're not doing Lisa's character any favors by writing her that way. You know, they should rein her back in and make her more human somehow. Oh, thanks, Nectarine Man. Polyamorous, they called it. Yes, that's right. Polyamorous. Yeah. So he's not bi. He's not bisexual. He's polyamorous. Well, we'll go. So that's that. I'm looking forward to episode 5. How about you guys? I know this video has been a little bit long, but hey, it was a long time coming because we stopped reviewing the show in season 2 when the strike began because I respected it. I respected it. As Onijah Robinson would say, respect for the law, respect for the law, respect for the law. Good old Onijah. I love me some Onijah. So obviously I didn't review the show anymore. And so now we're back, baby. And just like that, we're back, baby. We're back, baby. I hope you had fun with this recap today. Let me know if you wish to see more as the show progresses. Actually, we're already halfway through. I think there's only 8 episodes this season. Maybe 10. 8-ish or 10-ish. But let me know down below if you enjoyed this one. Thumb up the video, subscribe, and never give up on Lerv. Bye. Did you guys have fun? Was this okay? Was it okay? Debbie's like, keep going, babes. I know it was a long video. It was a 1-hour video. I'm sorry. This was long. But you know what? It needed to be done. Yeah, Akolu, how's it going, sweetie? I need to watch Just for Rosie as a nun. Yeah, I mean, she was hilarious. So, yeah. And then, oh my God, then we have one topic, which, you know, this chick used to work for Hermes. And, yeah, let's do this one. Thumb up the live stream, y'all. Don't forget to thumb up. Thanks, Kev. Thumb up the live stream. Oh, Brown Bunny. Incredible recap. Dacob loved it. Thank you, guys. Look, Life is too short to be all bitter. I'm so sick and tired of these people reviewing the show and like they just want to do an evil review just because they get views. I'm like, okay, so I won't get a lot of views because I have a positive review. Well, at least it's positive. At least I leave a positive mark onto the world and I don't leave just shit behind me, you know? Skid marks. Skid marks on YouTube. Period, baby. Yes, you brought the fun of the show. Yes, Gloria, because it's fun. What a girl. We shouldn't take ourselves too seriously. Are you serious? Thank you, Bubbles. Hi, Elva Peeper. Love it. Thank you. Yes, lots of fun, says Kelly Carrick. I enjoyed it, says Debbie. Thank you, Gloria, says great review. I don't watch the show, but I know where it is now. I like that. Ah, that's cool. Yes, watch it for the fantasy and fun, says Ronnie Rose. Steve Skid Marks, Gloria. Oh my God, you remember Steve's Skid Marks in Sex and the City? Yeah, baby. Skid Marks on YouTube, Skid Marks, baby. Okay. Hi, Zach. Just a quickie. Greetings before sleep. Have fun, y'all. Okay, good night, sweetie. Here's the tea. Well, well, well. My co-host is here. We have ourselves the Birkin from Hermes, and we have an AOL article. This lady says, I used to work at Hermes. I saw customers make the same 5 mistakes, especially when trying to get a coveted Birkin. So I'm like, oh, we'll go. Let's do this. I want to know what this lady has to say because she used to work at Hermes, which we're going to find out in this article 2 years in a row, I do believe. And she has some things to say. I think she might have worked at Hermes in America or in some country where on the down low, Hermes wants you to build, you know, a purchase history, which I don't know. I still will get to it and how I got my Birkin. You can check out my unboxing video and the journey to my Birkin, which also took a couple of years, but we're here. And I'm still looking at it and I think to myself, oh, do I really have it? Yeah, I do. It's really here. And yeah, we're still bonding. It's taking months because my Birkin looks at me and it's judging me. It's a very judgmental bag, I feel. It's like it looks at me and you know, very Anna Delvey. It looks at me and says, "You look Paul." And I'm like, girl, don't you know it? So here we are. Okay. So she says, oh, by the way, her name is Joanna Uzunova. I spent 2 years working in retail marketing and visual merchandising at Hermes. So she begins the article claiming what she's claiming. And I'm like, you know, if you publicly state that you worked for them, you're never going to work for them again. These luxury companies, they do not like when you share anything of your time working with them. Matter of fact, they hate it. They keep all of it very hush-hush and very secretive. So this, like coming forward like this, if it's true that she actually worked there, we don't know. Of course, allegedly everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. Thumb up the video, subscribe, let's get to 100K. We're very close. If only the algorithm would help us a little bit. And 70% of y'all watching and return watchers are not subscribed. Come on, costs you nothing. It's like pulling teeth getting El Sabi. So, anyway, the French fashion house, she says, has been around for nearly 2 centuries and specializes in leather goods, though it might be best known for its coveted Birkin, the Birkin bag, baby. This is a Birkin 35, by the way, in Togo leather, black with gold hardware. Because people always ask, so now you know. These high-ticket items, which can cost thousands, and are often carried by celebrities, like, I don't know why. She listed, no, I'm not even going to say which celebrity she listed. You can imagine which one, the ratchetest one with the, no. When I worked at Hermes, I learned a lot about the brand and how to score its most coveted products. I've since transitioned to a career in sourcing luxury goods, and I'm no stranger to locating the brand's famous designer bags for my own clients. Here are a few mistakes I saw customers make while shopping at Hermes. First point she mentions, many shoppers think they can walk in and score a high-ticket item. I'm like, girl, what world are you living in? Like, we've been known. We know that's not the case anymore. We know that's not, come on. This is, I guess if you're a newbie and you've never dealt with Hermes ever before, but if you've never dealt with Hermes ever before, you are not even going to know what a Birkin is. Like, in order for you to even want a Birkin, you're going to have to fall for the lore of the Birkin, of how difficult it is to get a, the whole shtick, the Sex and the City scenes of the Birkin, the story of Jane Birkin. Like, this is not the prettiest bag in the world. We know. You don't. Here's the thing. Something about, and this is not just the Birkin or the Kelly, it's every Hermes bag. None of them are love at first sight. All of them are painful, growing and falling into love with them. That's the biggest aha moment for me, at least, when it comes to these bags. Chanel bag, the 255, love at first sight for me. Even the Timeless Classic double flap, really. The Vivienne Westwood Yasmin bag, love at first sight. The Birkin, it makes you work for it. And not just in terms of how to acquire it, but it makes you work for it. It forces you to first appreciate it. The heritage, craftsmanship, work, the types of leather. Nobody selects leathers like Hermes. Nobody has so many varieties of leathers like Hermes. Like they're so anal about all of this. And without knowing any of that, you can't love a Birkin. You can only really love it once you've figured out a ton of history about it. The interior leather, why is it chèvre as opposed to the toga on the outside? Why would they use goat leather on the inside? Not always, but for the most part. Like, there's so much, the different types of stitches that they use. Why would it be, why would it be a cellier instead of a retourne? Or why would it be a combination of patchwork of different materials layered on top of each other? Why not use Barenia instead of Clemence leather? Why is Clemence softer than Barenia? Why does Barenia patina in a way that Epsom would never? Why is Epsom more boxy than even box calf? What's the difference between box calf and Epsom? I mean, this is like crazy batshit nerd Hermes stuff that only Hermes does. No other brand has that lore. And once you learn all of that and appreciate all of that, only then can you fall in love with a Birkin. It's not love at first sight. Just my 5 cheap cents on the subject, but let's see what this lady has to say. So she says, many shoppers think they can just walk in and buy it. Similar to other luxury brands like Porsche, Hermes uses scarcity marketing, a concept in which consumers value a product when there's a limited supply or availability. Here's the first mistake. If you love a Birkin or a Kelly because there's scarcity, they're not as available, and so you want it because it's not readily available, then you don't really want it. Then you're wanting it for all the wrong reasons. If the only reason you want a Birkin is because it's hard to get, I'm sorry, but you've been duped. You've been brainwashed. You've been tricked into it. These are wrong reasons to want a Birkin, okay? This means most customers cannot simply walk into a boutique and purchase the brand's highest ticket items like a Kelly or Birkin bag. Birkin bags are so sought after that even its Walmart lookalikes are selling out. If shoppers want to increase their chances of being able to buy the real thing, they should build a profile or establish a consistent buying history with the store. This can be done by making entry-level purchases and working with a single designated sales associate over time. After all, sales associates can play a major role in deciding who gets one of these coveted bags. I recommend buying items in a diverse mix of categories, she says. In my experience, the highest commission categories for sales associates include homeware, fine jewelry, elaborate textiles, and exotic ready-to-wear pieces. Purchasing these items can enhance your profile and help you stand out to a sales associate. Again, maybe this works for America, but it doesn't work like that in Europe. So why doesn't she clearly state, if you are in Europe, there's a whole other system. There's a wish list. Anybody can get on the wish list, no matter if you have a purchase history or not. Once you're on the wish list, you get your appointment. You get your wish appointment. And once you have your wish appointment, you can get a Birkin or a Kelly. Or if you want a Constance, but they have to make it for you. You tell them the specifications of the bag you would like to have. This is not one of those special order appointments. Those are on another level where you have more selection of leathers and combinations. This is like for the basic styles that they offer. Birkin in 3 different sizes, in 3 different leathers, in 2 leathers actually, Epsom and Togo, and in 3 colorways that are guaranteed, which is black, gold, 4 colorways that are guaranteed, black, gold, etain, and taupe. And if you want a red, you can just tick off the red family. You cannot get to choose which shade of red. Same for all other colors, except for the 4 major ones, which I just mentioned. So that's like a wish order at Hermès in Europe. And then it takes a year, and then they call you in when your bag is done. In America, it seems to not work that way. In America, it's more about connection, how much you bought, how much money you spent. Then they see, okay, let me then allow you to purchase a Birkin. Okay, but there's a lawsuit in California where customers of Hermès claim that you have to buy something before you are offered to buy a Birkin. So Hermès denies that that's the fact, that that's the case. Hermès actually, in an interview, even denied the fact that they even have a marketing team. In fact, in the 60-minute interview we've seen just a couple of months ago, Hermès denies that they have any marketing team. Matter of fact, because this lady says that Hermès uses scarcity marketing, a concept in which consumers value a product when there's a limited supply or availability, Hermès claims that they're not using scarcity. Officially, they say, no, it's not. It's just that we can only make as many as we can make. There's a lot of demand. So if you're patient enough, you'll get yours. You just can't get it immediately because we already have a backlog of all the stuff we're making. And I get it, but some people don't seem to get it. Second point, refrain from acting rude or indifferent, and remember to maintain a professional demeanor. I think this applies even if you're going into a drugstore or anywhere to buy a bubble gum into a 7-Eleven. You should be polite, not just at Hermès. Okay? At Hermès, entitlement and rude behavior are the biggest no-goes. I've even seen negative attitudes prohibit clients from future boutique visits. No shit, Sherlock. I recommend keeping a positive attitude, cultivating curiosity when in a boutique, and engaging with a sales associate as you would with anyone in a professional setting. Duh. I'd also be mindful that sales associates are there to make a living and provide an exclusive luxury experience. After all, this is supposed to be a mutually beneficial relationship. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a business. When you're buying, this is something that I notice that a lot of people don't realize, especially in their videos on YouTube when they say, I was so lucky I got offered to purchase a bag. I'm like, hold on a minute. You don't get it, right? You don't get it. This is a business transaction. In a business transaction, in order for it to be a transaction, you need 2 partners. Okay. The customer is one partner. The seller, the company that's selling you the product, is the other partner. You are entering into a business relationship. So I want to give you money for a product. You're giving me a product for my money. We are partners in this moment. I'm not thankful to you for allowing me to give you my money. That's the wrong attitude. You are thankful to me for my business, and I am thankful for the way you've treated me as I am fulfilling this business with you. And I'm also thankful that the product that you are giving me in exchange for a lot of money is a good quality, solid product. That's how we're both happy. We're not both happy if I'm here worshiping you like a god because you allowed me to purchase a product from you. That is where we differ. You see, I am not thankful because I'm allowed to buy a bag. No. I'm thankful for you treating me nicely and kindly and politely while I was in your store. And I'm thankful that you didn't sell me bad quality product. But I'm not thankful to you for having allowed me to give you money. That's not how it works. Don't put too much pressure on your sales associate is point 3. Navigating the Hermès shopping experience is a lot like managing a business relationship. In many boutiques, sales associates share their contact details with customers. However, many people tend to take this as a sign to inundate them with questions. Instead, I recommend customers visit a boutique at their convenience and ask about the potential timeline for a high-ticket item as they shop for other goods. If texting or calling are your only ways to engage with a sales associate, use these methods to inquire about lower ticket items you're interested in seeing when you visit. Looking at you, Person Fleek. Still to this day, my favorite luxury YouTube video ever done when Person Fleek was done with Hermès. That goes into the history books of luxury YouTube. Mel dressed in black with the white pearls and the tissue crying. What a vibe. Such a vibe. Oh my God, I love Person Fleek. She's amazing. So anyway, yeah, watch her video. You'll know what I mean about like oversharing with your sales associate. So I agree with this point. Point 4, I found a lot of customers have unrealistic expectations. She says some customers come in focused solely on coveting the one high-ticket item they saw all over social media. However, I think 2 key points are crucial in navigating the Hermès shopping experience. First, keep in mind that sales associates value clients who engage with the brand and show genuine interest in the Hermès heritage. Showing interest in their heritage is important. I've noticed this across the board. No matter which country I was traveling in, I go to visit Hermès everywhere I go. They always really like to engage with you when you know a little bit more than just Burke & Kelly. They get very happy when you know a little bit of their lingo, the terminology, how to describe a certain technique used to create certain porcelains, certain silks, how they work with horn, with their jewelry. There's just a little bit of finesse that you could bring to the conversation. And when it goes beyond the Birkin & Kelly, they are very happy. Also because, think of it this way, they hear Birkin & Kelly a gazillion times a day. They are tired of hearing it. So they are so happy, and it's so refreshing to them when they hear for once in a change something else that's not Oran sandal, Birkin, Kelly. So that is a good tip and a good trick, but also be authentic about it. If you're not interested in these other things, then maybe Hermès is not for you, you know? Secondly, however, I think 2 key points are crucial in navigating the Hermès shopping experience. First, keep in mind that sales associates value clients who engage with the brand and show genuine interest in the Hermès heritage. Secondly, in my experience, sales associates don't earn a commission on bags like the Kelly and Birkin. True. Therefore, it may be wise to explore lesser-known areas within the brand, such as home goods, fragrances, or equestrian items your sales associate recommends. This way, you'll be putting commission money in your sales associate's pocket, and they may feel more inclined to help you work your way to a coveted bag. And here's the issue that I have with this whole commish and bonus structure. It's made to make sales associates bicker with each other, fighting for the client. It's really annoying. And then the brands are nasty because the brands know what the coveted items are, so they don't put a commission on those items. They put a commission on the items that are harder to sell, making your life a living hell as a sales associate. I personally believe that if you're working for a luxury brand, your salary should be a luxury salary. So, by that, what do I mean? As a customer of a luxury brand, I expect you, the sales associate, to be so chill and nonchalant and comfortable. Most importantly, not pushy with me to buy anything. Because, hey, if I'm going to drop 10, 15, 20K on a bag, or on anything really in your store, I expect your salary to be high enough so that you're not desperate to make that sale. Because I can smell desperation a mile away, and that's not luxurious at all. Okay, so I need the sales associate to be chill, calm, cool, collected, not pushy. Because if it's pushy, it's not luxury. I'm sorry, just fact. So I need to know that your salary alone is high enough for you to be happy at your place of work. I don't want to be given the feeling that I am making your salary. Like, meaning I have to buy those pieces nobody wants so that you can get commission, so that you can earn, together with the commission and the salary together, a decent amount of money to live. That's not luxury. If you're working in a luxury environment, your salary, your base salary alone should be already enough to allow you to live a comfortable life. You should not be desperate for commission. Because if you're desperate for commission, that makes it look to me as if your base salary is not enough to live off of. So why would a company that's charging me $15,000 for a bag, where's that money going to if they're not paying you properly? You see what I mean? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So that's the point I'm making. Like if you're giving me the feeling that my commission is what's going to keep you afloat in the company, then I'm like, that, then change job. Because I don't want to feel that way as a customer. You know what I mean? Like it's different in a restaurant where I'm paying 30, 40, 50, $100 for a meal and you tip the waiter. In some countries, there's no tipping, by the way. In Italy, you don't tip the waiter. They're paid enough. In America, everything is twisted and like they're not paying waiters enough, and that's a whole big problem. It's a whole issue, a whole other can of worms that we can talk about in another video. But they should be paid. They're working their butts off to serve tables, to wait tables. Pay them a proper, decent wage. Why does it have to depend on me? So I have to pay for the food. I have to pay for the making of the food for the chef. I have to pay for the waiter delivering the food. And on top of that, I have to pay the tip. And in some cases, they also charge you health insurance percentage for their workers. I'm like, what the hell? I'm not going to go to a restaurant anymore. No, this is ridiculous. It's not my restaurant. Why am I paying the salary of the people working in the restaurant? On top of paying for the food and the drinks. Anyway, we digress. Point 5, don't switch between different sales associates or locations. This is not so easy to do. Because in Europe especially, a lot of them, they push you around, switch you around. Like, it's hard to stick with just one. In America, it's easier to stick to just one, but so this is apparently tips for America. Working your way toward a coveted bag at Hermes can feel like a high-stakes mental game. Customers often have to visit a boutique multiple times, so the path to owning these items can be lengthy. Unfortunately, I've seen customers try to game the system by visiting multiple boutiques or switching between sales associates in one location. However, I recommend staying loyal to one associate and boutique, as some stores may prioritize their most devoted clients. Yeah, in the States, it definitely is better if you have, but this applies to every store. every luxury store at least, you want to stick to one sales associate and work with them together, because that you just develop a relationship. And it's not just about, oh, let me buy the coveted bag. It's also about, oh, we got this special little gift, like a little trinket, a token of appreciation, and they get a little bit of those, just a few of those. And of course, they're going to think of you if you are working with the same sales associate over and over and over again, and they give you this little freebie also to tell you, thank you for always sticking with me. So there's a lot of, it goes a long way, not just at Hermes for getting a Birkin or a Kelly in America, or some Asian countries as well, Australia as well, apparently. But it's a valid conversation, and it's a valid logic just for other things as well, just to get a special extra little something on top of your purchase. Always working with the same sales associate in a luxury environment, whatever the brand may be, it is helpful to build a rapport with one specific person working in that brand, because they also value your loyalty. Just the fact that you keep coming back to work with them and you keep bringing them business, it's a way for them to also say, thank you so much for bringing me all the business always. So they give you an extra little token of appreciation. That to me is very special, better than sticking to one sales associate just for the sake of maybe, hopefully one day being allowed to purchase a Birkin. Like I said, in Europe, where I got mine, there was no purchase history required. You just had to do the wish appointment. And yeah, the wish appointment is a little bit tricky just because they only have a certain allocations every day for these appointments. And they can only give you an appointment 1 month in advance. So they open all of these appointment slots on a monthly basis. And when you write them the email asking for an appointment, let's say you write them on the 1st of June, they can look for you for an appointment up until the 1st of May. And if within that month there are no appointments available, they're going to write you back, sorry, all appointments have been taken. Better luck next time, write us again in a week or two. So then a week or two later, I wrote them again. I'm like, hey, I'm looking for an appointment. So now it's like the 15th of May. Then they look up until the 15th of June, or it was the 15th of June, and then they look until the 15th of July. And if there's an appointment available in that month, then they'll write me back, yes, we are happy to tell you that we have one appointment available. They tell you when. You don't get to choose. That's how it happened to me. I was lucky that I was there, because otherwise, how could I have gone to the appointment? But then I said, okay, you got an appointment like 3 weeks from now or 4 weeks from now on that day, that hour. Be there or be square. You have to appear with your name, with your ID. Oh yeah, they're strict. So I went to my appointment. They checked me in, offered me a champagne, and were like, okay, what would you like? And I was like, I want a Birkin. And they're like, okay. They brought out samples. This is the size 30. This is the 35. This is the 25. And these are the leathers we can offer you. And I was like, yeah, I want black. I want Togo. I want a 35, gold hardware, done. She's like, done. She's like, okay, now you're going to wait a year and it will make it for you. And that's how it was. Easy. Not too easy, but easy in terms of, no, I did not have to have $20,000, $50,000 pre-spend history at Hermes. No, I didn't. Anyway, but that's Europe. America is a different can of worms, and you do what you can do. Be always kind and polite to everybody. I mean, come on, that's a no-brainer. I can't believe we are living in times now, okay, in 2025, where somebody needs to write an article about how to behave in a luxury store. Like, be kind, to be, polite to your sales associates. Like, is this something that we have to write an article about? Like, have we lost the plot so completely that, like, we no longer know how to behave? I know that the pandemic made a lot of people lose their minds. And I've noticed after the pandemic, a lot of people are just irritable and annoying and angry, and they lash out without without doing even this to them. Like, I get it, but I'm like, "Whoa, fly down, people. Like, do we have to all go back to behavioral school, behavioral classes, bon ton, all that good stuff?" It's insanity. It's insanity. Anyway, that's all, as Miranda would say. Love you loads. Let me know your thoughts down below. Was this article worth it? I don't know. It's nothing that, it's stuff we knew already, but did we learn anything new? Is my question. Maybe. Maybe not. Let me know down below. Love you loads. Thumb up the video. Subscribe. Let's get to 100K. Never give up on love. Bye. And Despina says, my sales associate in Athens told me it's 3 years. Well, in Europe, it shouldn't be 3 years, Despina, because unless they didn't, since I bought my Birkin, maybe they changed the rules again. But when I bought mine, they literally said, if you get a wish appointment, if they grant you a wish appointment, and then you go to the wish appointment and you choose your constellation, and that is not to be confused with special order. Those are two different things. So with a wish appointment, in order for them to grant you a wish appointment, they have to guarantee that they will give you the bag within 1 year. If they don't, the wish appointment is canceled and you got to make a new one. So the thing with the 3 years in Greece is a bit surprising to me, but maybe they changed their rules and regulations, or you're talking about 3 years without a wish appointment, just like 3 years of just talking to a sales associate. Akolus has actually bought a knockoff jelly blue Birkin from Macy's back in 25. Had no idea that it was a work-in. Was in high school and wasn't aware of Hermes then. And it was actually jelly material too. Oh, that's so cute. I love jelly bags. Elva says there was a girl who walked into Hermes in Nice. They showed her a Birkin, but she said it wasn't her taste. So yes, it does happen. Okay, so this particular instance that Elva is talking about, this can happen to you also in America or in other countries. And in many European countries, it can happen as well. Of course, there can be an instance where you randomly walk into an Hermes boutique and the stars align and they do have one in the back that they are allowed to sell for whatever reason, because they didn't meet their quotas that month, because the person that it was ordered for no longer wanted it, and then the second person on the list was asked for it and they also didn't want it anymore, or because it's around about the holiday season where they get more stock in. There can be so many different reasons for why they can have a bag that day when you ask available. It happens. It happens. That can happen. That can happen for sure. I always wonder if special order bags are more expensive because they are special order or if they have the same price as ready-made bags. Larissa, if you go to your special order appointment and you tell them that you want your special order to be a black Togo with gold hardware, it's going to cost you the same like a black Togo with gold hardware. It's not going to cost you more. If for your special order you say, I want the black Togo gold hardware, but I want the flap to be red and a specific shade of red, then it's going to cost you more because you've changed their basic structure. The second you swap something and alter from their regular offering and you add your own touch, that's when it costs more. Or you say, I want just a touch, which would be the exotic leather. So you say, I want this Togo, but I want the top to be crocodile. Yeah, it's going to cost you more. But if your special order is just the basic Togo in black, it's going to cost you like it cost me. Despina says, maybe Dacob, I didn't ask for more. I'm interested in these bags. I prefer more relaxed models. You're not interested in these bags. Yeah, I mean, relaxed model. This is a heavy bag, but it is a relaxed. I mean, by relaxed, you mean like you prefer a leather that's more like slouchy. Togo is quite slouchy. I just have a bag shaper in it. The luxury bucket list says that's not true. The price will change with different materials, not with different colors. Which part of a touch of exotic did you not understand? Anyway, so, okay, now let's take a sip of chali water. And also, you guys, quite frankly, I know there's an interest in Hermes and the bags, and we talk about it, you know, videos get views, but also less lately than usual. Like talking about Hermes, people are so tired of it. But honestly, what I don't like is every time we talk about Hermes, there's this weird friction that happens in the chats. There's this weird, shitty energy that all of a sudden bubbles up, and it's really irritating me. Quite frankly, I don't know why people are so anally fucking retentive when it comes to these stupid ass bags. And everybody's like, I know better, and I know better, and then there's this, and then there's that. People chill the F down. And this is also something I've noticed also in the purse forum. This whole freaking attitude, the hate, the venom, the disgusting conversations that happen on that platform, how people talk to each other, how people get aggressive and offensive, and how they attack each other. It is so disgusting. And it is so not luxury. It is poverty. It is vile. It is so degrading. People show their true colors there, and they are disgusting people. Like, they don't deserve an ounce of our attention. They don't deserve a minute of our energy because they don't deserve our attention. They're poor souls. They're poor souls that have nothing better to do in their lives than salivate over these bags because they see these bags as social something to show off. Like, bitch, if that's all you got to show off in the world for, if you think that having that bag is going to make you validate your existence in this world, then this world is not for you. Then you are the poorest of the poorest souls that I have ever met. I pity people like that. Okay? And that forum is full of that vermin, full of it. And they love to spew hate at people like me. But guess what? I feed off of that. You're just fueling me to be more angry and to be more victorious, because there's nothing that sparks a light and a flame under my butthole than some idiot with a low IQ trying to cancel me. I love a challenge. Love a challenge. And guess what? I win those challenges. So don't mess with me. Unless you like the pain, in which case, be my guest. Now, where were we? Despina says, maybe I'm wrong, but if I keep a Birkin in my hands, I think that I have to be dressed classy. No, you don't. Not at all. Not at all. You have to do what makes you happy. People. Avery says, an ex-friend thinks those brand names make her special. Materialistic shallow narcs. People, wake up. Wake up and realize what time it is. Some of you seem to not have been hit at all by the situation in the world these days. Some of you seem to be oblivious to what the hell is going on right now. Oblivious. The venom in the purse forum, those people, they have no clue what is really going on in the world around them. They would not realize if the world is burning behind their backs right now, and they wouldn't care. Okay? Those people are not normal people. Like, they got a couple of wires are loose in their heads. They have no freaking clue what's going on. So, lighten up. These bags are not going to save you. These bags are not going to be the thing that makes you live to see another day. When the shit hits the fan, that's it. When the shit hits the fan, you will only survive if you have anybody in your life who has a bit of empathy and love to show you. You will survive if you stick together with people, not if you're bickering and fighting because heaven forbid you have that bag, which was last season. Ew, I don't talk to you. Empathy, emotional intelligence. Show some love to a person. That is the only chance for survival we got. Everything else, it's just there to make us, lose attention and focus on what is really important today. Chief Wiggum says, pay your rent. Chief Wiggum, read between the lines. Read between the lines. I'm not even talking about paying the rent. I'm not talking about paying for food. I'm talking about a bigger issue. Right now, what we need is empathy. Right now, what we need is understanding. And I'm not talking about tolerance. I loathe that word. Tolerance is a terrible word. Because to tolerate, it's so insipid. It actually means, I don't like you. I don't like what you stand for. I can't stand your guts. But because of the current political situation or whatever, I tolerate you. But I'll stop tolerating you the second I get the power to. You see, this is why tolerance is so insipid. What is important is acceptance, because accepting means fully embracing the other, means fully embracing who is in front of you. Acceptance, compassion, love. Exactly, Nina. Not tolerance. What we're doing for the most part, I kid you not, people, what we're doing for the most part when it comes to all of these different platforms, forums, Facebook groups, they tolerate each other, but they hate each other's guts. And don't be fooled for a second. Don't you think just because you both want to spew hate, against the same content creator, that you're best buddies now? You probably hate each other's guts too. You just tolerate each other because you're on a platform that condones such toxicity. So you tolerate each other's presence at the moment as you kind of join forces to be a bitch towards somebody. But the second the tables turn, you will be the worst enemies. That's tolerance. It is an insipid form of hatred. It's disgusting. And Despina says, I agree so much, Dacob. We are in the deepest darkness and we need a tone of light to overcome it. We need a tone of light to overcome it. We are in the deepest darkness. Why do you think it takes me so much time to live stream? It was like that, 2, 3 live streams a week. Now I'm like 1 live stream a week. Now I'm going to skip a week. It's because the world is so dark at the moment. Oh, Leah, thank you so much.
Lee tipped $5. Carissimo Dacob, Vera, Verissimo. Tollere e una parola orrenda, l'abbiamo dimenticato, vol dire, non ti sopporto, ma vab, giace si sei. Say the real thing come sempre. Un pezzo de 90. Baci.
Okay, Bubbles, what the hell? Let me read this in Italian. Hold on, let me get to the... Okay, so Lea says, Carissimo Dacob, vero verissimo, tollerare, una parola orrenda. L'abbiamo dimenticato, vuol dire non ti sopporto, ma vabbè. Già che ci sei, say the real thing, come sempre un pezzo da 90, baci Lea. Lea, mio amore, grazie mille. Guarda, ti aggiungo... Scusa, sto perdendo la voce a sto punto. Aspetta. Aggiungiamo Lea alla lista. There's Leah right over here on the happy birthday list. Thank you so much, sweetie. So Leah said in Italian that tolerare is a terrible word, and it actually means I don't stand your guts. Thank you, Leah, so much. Now, so here's the thing. So people, this darkness, I need, like, I want a live stream and then some shitty news happen. And I'm just like, okay, how the hell am I gonna now go on camera and pretend like it's all okay, do lighthearted topics, get our minds off of, the troubles of the world? How? And I just, I feel devastated. And then I lay down, I try to focus, positive thoughts. I build up the energy as much as I can, and I get ready for the live stream. And right before I go live, some other shit in the world happens, and I'm like, oh my God. Like, how out of touch can you be? The streets are burning. People are suffering. And of course you're going to be out of touch because, like, you go on camera and you're talking about Barbie lipsticks. And I'm like, oh, people are going to think I'm totally crazy. I'm like, no, but I'm making an extra effort, a conscious effort to deliver some lighthearted silliness so that we can all get through this. Because these are terrible times. Okay? People are really suffering. So that's what I'm saying. When I see certain, comments and stuff on, on other forums and places, and I'm just like, are these people for real? They really have nothing better to do? This is their life? They're miserable. These people are miserable. I just thank the Lord every day that I don't have that vermin around me in my real life. Think about it this way. A person that is capable of writing such monstrosities online about other people they don't even know in real life. Think how poisonous they are in real life. Think about how it is for all the people surrounding them in real life. How it is for all those people that either work with them or their work colleagues or their family members. Think about how miserable these people make everybody around them. I feel so sorry for the people who are actually living with this vermin. Because that type of poison, that type of person, they're not going to want to show you in real life how disgusting they are, so they're going to try to hide it. But they will slowly poison you. Bit by bit. They will poison you. They will throw in some shady remark here and there. They hate you. They hate everything. They hate themselves. How can they love anybody else? They hate themselves to begin with. And when I see certain comments where they show their true face on social media, I'm like, wow. Okay, they're trying to hurt me, but that doesn't hurt me. I don't care. Water off a duck's back for me because they're idiots. Their intelligence is not as high as mine. They can't reach me to hurt me. But what I feel is sorry for the people who have to deal with these idiots on a daily basis. For the people who actually in real life have to live surrounded by these people. The pain they have to go through on a daily basis. The poison they have to deal with on a daily basis. Guys, that's torture. Torture. It's torture. And so, you best believe, in the times we're in right now, if I go live, that's a good day. Not a good day for the world because the world is going through hell, but it's a good day because I collected enough energy to go online and have some fun with you guys. That's the only reason. Because I think to myself, we deserve a little break from the misery. We deserve a little break. And if that little break is a shallow Barbie lippy, so be it. You know what I mean? Sarah B says, I think people who are nasty online don't act like that in real life. I do see your point. They don't want to show their true colors immediately because they know they would be outcast from society. So they learn to hide their true intentions and to hurt you little by little whenever they can, but just enough so that they're not kicked out. So they stay in, they stick around like parasites, like ticks, sucking off of you, leeching off of you, bit by bit. And you have to have the strength to see that soon enough to get rid of them. Cut that umbilical cord, baby. Cut that umbilical cord. You know? And this is something I've learned very early on in life. It starts even with little things. Like, for example, at a supermarket. And I've had this happen in some countries, in some Northern European countries mostly. Oof, the worst kind. Some people in the supermarket, they're just grumpy, terrible. And they don't know you. Out of the blue, they just barf their frustration on you. Classic for Northern Europe countries. And I learned very early on to be like, okay, at first I would be shocked. I'd be like, what the hell just happened? This total stranger just vomited their frustrations all over me. Like, what the hell? Like, did I do something wrong? You did nothing wrong. They did something wrong. So I learned to keep my cool, but not too cool to just ignore what happened and to ignore the fact that they're spewing their shitty energy on top of me. I would calmly look at them and be like, I don't know what sort of shitty day you've just had today, but it's not my responsibility to take on your negativity. So you're going to take your negativity right now and you're going to take it away from me because it has nothing to do with me. You deal with your own shit. You're welcome. I'm unaffected. And they freeze when you tell them that. They freeze because that sucking of your energy stopped because you just cut it. You nipped it in the bud and they just freeze for a second. They realize what idiots they are. And then they go like, grumpy, turn around and they walk away. And I'm like, done. You know, keep your energy. Thank you so much, Nanzi.
Nan's tip $75. Keep your hope. You are amazing.
Thank you, Nan. So kind always. Thank you. I'm adding you to the birthday card. Nanzi! Yay, thank you guys. Thank you so much. And oh, wait, are there pauses in the live stream? Okay, so hi Jorge. I'm seeing some random pauses as well. Close and reopen the live stream. I'm not flowing? Claudia Bull says, you're not tone deaf, you're sensitive to your surroundings. Yes, emotional intelligence is really important, you guys. Really, really important. Oh, Despina, you too? So it's a YouTube thing? Nancy has a bit of a blip, but it was okay after I refreshed. Debbie says, fine here. All right. So, in the in the nature of, oh, Gloria, you missed the birthday card? Here it is. See, we're filling it up. It's like all holographic. And today is the National Color Pink Day. There you go. The funny thing is that as the world burns, I'm feeling we're headed for a beautiful future more than ever. We are rising. Akulu, I don't know. I'm at a point right now where I don't know, but I know one thing. I don't know about the future, but I know about today. And I really believe that today is as beautiful as we make it. That's all we got. Today is as beautiful as we make it. Okay, so now, and talking about the past as well. Look, everything is extinct, but we can bring the dinosaurs back. I'm going. Let's do a lighthearted one. I have here an unboxing to do. I don't know how long I need. Let's film it and see. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm looking for something here. All right. I have to set this up because this is complicated stuff here. Well, hold on, you guys. Oh, come on. Okay. Whew. So, all right. Oh, yeah. And just like that, we're going to turn the background into something a little bit more Jurassic. Na, 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 na. Okay. Hi, everybody. Dacob here. Welcome back to my channel. We have ourselves a little Jurassic moment. I'm filming this video on the National Pink Day, color pink in the States. So I have this gorgeous pink background for Isla Sorna. We're going back to Jurassic Park 3 as we review. Where is my little baby? I just got this little beauty here, the Spinosaurus from Jurassic Park 3. Now, this is from the Hammond collection with the True Effects by Mattel. And so this is the side of it. Look at the picture from, it's a still shot from the movie. The Spinosaurus is my favorite dinosaur from the Jurassic Park franchise. It wasn't always, but since quite a few years it has become. The T-Rex was my favorite, but it's the Spinosaurus for me. In a pivotal moment on Isla Sorna, the Spinosaurus and Tyrannosaurus Rex battle for domination. As Dr. Alan Grant and others are too close for comfort, the Spinosaurus definitely defeats the Tyrannosaurus Rex and takes the primary predator position, even securing top billing in the iconic movie logo. And as a matter of fact, here's the movie logo. This was the only time that a Jurassic Park or Jurassic World movie did not have the Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton in the background, but instead had the Spinosaurus on the back. Isn't that awesome? So this is the back of the box. This is the American version of the box. In Europe and other countries, you have a little either sticker here with other languages, or you have other descriptions printed on the box, hence why this visual isn't kind of centered, but you have this kind of black thing left on there. So it's a variant, if you may. For people who collect all the different variations, they're going to want the box with the text as well. Speaking of variations, and I'm also looking for a variation, believe it or not. So one version of the Spinosaurus is like this with the open mouth in box, but there's also a version of the Spinosaurus with the closed mouth in the box. Yes, I am that completist. I'm looking for the closed variant. Anyway, we got this design here, which looks, other people reviewing this dinosaur have claimed that the drawing looks AI-ish. It could be a blend of both. It is reminiscent of Stan Winston's design for the dinosaur. Stan Winston is the historic puppet, prop, animatronic maker for Jurassic Park and Jurassic Park 2, as well as Jurassic Park 3. He passed away, unfortunately. Oh my God, the Spinosaur escaped. Where did it go? Yes, I have two, obviously. You know I'm a completist. Here it is, out of the box. You guys, we're going to go through all the details. It's missing its tail because it comes packed. The tail comes like on the side, like that. in the box, okay? So you have to take the tail out. And the Spinosaur is really, really incredible. It has these plastic glass eyes, and the pupils look like they're always looking at you. So Mattel really went in on the design of this one, and they went as much as they could, given that it is a mass release product, even though the Hammond collection shows a little bit more detail than the other regular dinosaurs. Like by regular dinosaurs, you know, we have here the T-Rex, the real field T-Rex that is reminiscent of the Kenner T-Rex from 1993. So although I want to say the detail on this one is also pretty beautiful, but it's not as detailed as the Hammond collection Spinosaur. They copied the shape of Stan Winston's maquette and design sketchwork for the Spinosaur. However, and I want to say it is really very, very close to it. We're going to attach the tail together today. This was kind of the piece that was missing for me. I didn't want to attach it yet, although for the Hammond collection dinosaurs, the tails are detachable, while for their regular release Mattel Jurassic World / Park dinosaurs, once you attach the tail, you can't detach it anymore. But apparently it is detachable for the Hammond collection dinosaurs. However, it is not recommended to attach and detach often because every time you attach and detach, they can get a little bit looser. So that's not recommended, so they say. The paint apps are not exactly like the movie Dinosaur, the movie Spinosaur. So I just want to say they came as close as they could given their printing techniques. But let's attach it first. The tail, the official attachment of the tail. I also have, well, you can see the butt. That's a big butt. By the way, hashtag not sponsored. I'm not sponsored. I bought these dinosaurs myself. Everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. This video is for the adult collector. That's not for kids. Okay. Butt plugging the tail. Done. Okay. So the Spinosaur is here. What I have not heard many people say about this gorgeous figure is that the textures, and I don't mean just the print of the colors, but by texture I also mean the different materials used for this particular dinosaur. And by that I mean the tail is actually a rubber material, and there is a wire inside together with like links, plastic round joints, but the tail is bendable, right? So, and it is a rubber feel, like a real feel, like skin texture feel. So the tail is bendable. The main body is a hard, hollow plastic. The arms have a harder plastic for the upper arm, then underneath the elbow is a slightly softer plastic, and then the actual little arms, claws, they are very, very soft rubbery plastic. So it's a completely different texture and also a completely different feel according to which part of the dinosaur you are maneuvering and touching. And it's a very interesting texture of materials utilized. So just on photo, you might think, well, there's no difference between the different materials, but there is. Then the neck is a harder plastic. This joint is as well. And then the head is a softer plastic. The teeth are a separate piece of plastic. And then, this is very important, when you open the mouth, the joints are a little bit tight. And we're going to get to the joints in detail later. But there are two different layers of opening the mouth. And then you got this little flappy bit here, which is another material, and it looks so shiny and wet, like it's really the inside of its mouth. And then the tongue has two settings. It can be in the middle here when it's screaming at me, or it can be pressed down. And you can also open the jaw only halfway, or you can close it fully. And the eyes are glass. Now, The legs also, we got the upper joint here. This one is the part of the limb, hard plastic, hollow. This one is also hollow, but slightly softer, even though this one is also hard. And then here we have full plastic, not hollow anymore. And it's rubbery, and this is even more rubbery and soft. Painted nails. I know a lot of people are complaining about the dew claw not being painted. Oh well, it's fine. They did not fully catch the length of the snout, the length of the face of the Spinosaur. It is slightly longer in the movie, but you know what? It's good enough. I do have here another Spinosaur, also from Mattel. This one makes a lot of noise and sounds. And here we have a little bit more realistic to the movie length. So in fact, if we kind of compare the two, you can see that the Spino, Hammond Collection Spino's snout is a little bit wider but shorter than this one here. This one is from, what's this one called? Slash Attackin' Spinosaurus. So I don't know if I have my filters on or off for the sound, but this one is also interesting because it does something special. So this one is kind of like battle damage, right? So, and then it can also slash. Oh, I got stuck. Okay. So, I mean, this one is like all over the place. This one is screaming and shouting. Maybe we can review them in another video. But this one is doesn't have any electronics in it. Let me blend in the first picture. I want to really do an in-depth review with you guys. This is interesting to note. So this was the inside, this part of the butt. And I took a close-up picture to show you just how interestingly speckled Mattel's plastic is. All of these little dots, this is not mold, they're not dinosaur mites. This is how Mattel treats their plastic for their Jurassic Park and Jurassic World toys. The plastic base color is mixed in with these little speckles of other color so that it's not dirt, it's done on purpose to give it kind of a more of a texture. So you do see it also in the close-ups on all of their plastics. You're going to see these little speckles and you might think, oh, is that a mistake in the paint job or what have you? Here's a really big one. It is none of that. Of course, it doesn't want to focus now. It's because you can see it really clearly here that it is mixed in through and through all of these speckles into the plastic. And this is kind of the hole in which we plugged in the tail. Let me show you the next picture. Here's a better view kind of from the frontal side. I mean, from the, not at an angle, but at a direct view. And then you can see inside here, we also can see the mechanism for these legs, for the hips. That little metal screw in there is what this hip is attached to, and it kind of locks into place as we are moving them around, right? The feet. And it's a very, very sturdy construction inside of the hip. Good to know that the Spinosaurus has good hip joints. Unlike me, alas. The only issue I have here is that the plastic in this area and in this area is very thin. But thankfully, Mattel kind of worked against that by creating this slope here so that the plastic is curved and filled in all the way to the brim, while on the sides it's very thin. So this is where you're risking on these external sides here, and here is where you risk to break the plastic more than bottom, which is right here, and top, which is right there. Next picture. And that is our little male version of the tail. And you can see how the plug looks like. This little rounded bit allows us to deplug the tail once we've plugged it in. We have that rubber on this side. It is cast in white, and then it is coated in brown and red. So we have 3 colors for the tail, white being the color it's cast in, which is really good because some of the dinosaurs are cast in the darker material and then they're painted with the light material. Big problem. And I'm going to show you exactly why with my T-Rex that I use a lot for filming and for my videos. So the T-Rex is painted, it's cast in this red material, and then they painted the yellow at the bottom. But as you work the tail, you see how the paint cracked? You see how, there you go. And this is just after like 2 weeks of working with it. So at least here they did the right thing to cast it in the lighter color, and then the darker color is painted, but then the darker color can chip as well. Which brings me to the point, do not bend this tail too much if you don't want that paint to chip. Okay, moving on to the next, and you can see how they spray painted it or printed it. We're going to get to spray paint or print in a bit when I show you other close-ups of it, but there's the red. It looks like they just spray painted it on top of the white. I have seen quite a few of the Spinosaurs that have this brown paint on the tail, and this one kind of not very straight printed, but like kind of printed a little bit here, then there's a white bubble there, and then it's printed again there. So not in a straight line. So this is a good version of it. This is a little bit lighter, could have been a little bit fuller up there, but it's still okay. Okay, moving on to the next one. This is something also nobody really shows in their reviews. Interesting to see these speckles here, how they spray paint the whole thing. I think this one was spray paint, or like, what did I want to say? Forgot the right word. Airbrushed or airbrushed on. But what I want to show you here is this code. Nobody shows the code on the belly. So it is right down here in this area, right there. Yep, it's right here. And it is 07950BV. I think this is the batch number, not the product number. So this might vary according to which batch of Spinosaur you got, or maybe all of them have the same code. However, there's another code that we're going to get to in the inner thigh, which is where you see the actual product number. And I do believe that if we go to the bottom here, this is the actual product number. So you have here the QR code, the barcode, and here you have the product number, the JCH09. But this here is the batch number, 08350BV. Or? No, it's a different, I don't know. Maybe the box has its own code. This is 8350B, and this is 7950BV. Very strange, but this is the product number. Sorry, guys, right there, JCH09. And in fact, let's get to the next picture. So here, there you have it. That's the product number. The inner thigh of the Spinosaurus has the JCH09, made in Vietnam, not made in China. Copyright 2024. So the mold for this one was made last year. I wonder why Mattel took a year, or at least half a year, to finally release these, since the mold was at least made in 2024. I don't know if this one was manufactured in 2024. And then you have Mattel's address there, and then the copyright of Universal Studios, LLC in Amblin as well. Like I said, product number, and then the made in Vietnam, and that would be the left inner thigh right here. Right there. So there you go. This I have photographed, done a close-up for you guys. I think I have an even closer one. There you go. You can see everything in detail. And check out these little black things that look like dinosaur mites. I've dealt with snakes in the past. also snakes like nasty people, but also snakes like real animals in my work. And snakes do get mites, and they have to get treated. Their mites are teeny tiny and they're usually like kind of red looking. So this reminded me of snake mites. So kind of funny. But anyway, these little speckles that are in the plastic, we've seen it already in the tail. This doesn't mean that this figure is flawed. Mattel wanted it to look like this to give it a little bit more texture. Next picture, we have the signature paw moment. Every Jurassic Park / Jurassic World dinosaur is going to have somewhere on their body that little kind of proof of authenticity, if you may. They add a little stamp to stamp them like, hey, this is a Jurassic Park creature or a Jurassic World creature. I love these little stamps. Finding them wherever you can. The toenails are painted. The newer dinosaurs now are being manufactured with toenails colored in this plastic, like the plastic would be colored in black, and then the whole bottom paw would be that same color as the nail. But they didn't do that for the Spino. Next picture is the eyes. Okay, now we're going to get to the eyes, which are really, really gorgeous on the Spinosaur. It's green. The Spinosaur is famous because it was like the first dinosaur in the Jurassic World or Jurassic Park range that had green eyes, and they just look vicious. And it's a little bubble. The plastic that looks like a glass or glass, it's rounded off. It's a resin material. And we'll get to it in a minute, why it's not actually glass. Well, anyway. And it's rounded off, and there's a little black pupil kind of line inside, which is on the flat surface behind the rounded surface. Which when you move the dinosaur, it looks like the pupil is shifting, and it always looks at you no matter how you turn. You see how now it looks like it's looking at me no matter how we turn it? A little pupil. And it is a beautiful green, beautiful shade of green. And look at all the patterns of the colors that Mattel applied to the head, to the face, the facial features of the dinosaur. It's very interesting. So we have red, a little bit of orange or coral, white, green, which is like a gray, beige. We can call it grayish. And then there's also that molded brownish gray color. This is not brown. This is a gray and brown mixture. For all the people who say like, oh, but in the movie, the Spinosaur looks more gray than brown. Not really, because you also always have to take in consideration that the movie is shot under very specific lighting, and there's a lot of color grading that happens after the movie is shot. So if the makers of Jurassic Park 3 wanted this red to be purple, they can do it in post-production. By this, I want to say, I do believe that Mattel actually looked at the base colors that the Spinosaur was conceived in by Stan Winston's team, and they went with that rather than with film accurate. Just keep that in mind. Next picture I want to show you. Here's a close-up of the prior picture, and this to show you that not everything was airbrushed. Not every colorway was airbrushed or brush painted. I think this looks like a brush painted item part. This looks like it's airbrushed because this little stain looks different on every one of the Spinosaurs I've seen. But the paint apps on the face here are so precise. And in fact, you see this little pixelation going on here? These little dots of color? This is not airbrushing. This is print. This is a digital print. You see it? To create that fade. So these are all dots. Some are more compact together, some are more separated. You can see it very clearly here. So this particular facial pattern of color has been printed. While other parts of the dinosaur, I believe, have been spray painted. So we have different applications of paint as well as many different plastics, types of plastics utilized for this dinosaur. I'm such a nerd for stuff like this. So around the eye, it also looks like a print, but this could have been sprayed. This could have been an airbrushed moment, while the white applications have definitely been printed. You don't get these little tiny dots, perfectly separated from each other dots if you're airbrushing. This is print for sure. Then the next picture, now we're getting to the inside of the mouth of the dinosaur, but not because of the mouth. What we're looking at here is that little green thing over there at the side. So when we open the mouth of the Spinosaur, which by the way is really hard to open in some cases, we're going to get to that as well. So if, and how I obtained that image, and I have more images to share with you, but I illuminated the eye from the outside with a strong light, and then I went in here, and I photographed into this slit, and that's how we get to that green, which is the back of the eye, in the eye socket. Let me show you the next picture. There you have it illuminated. So the light is coming from up there, it's illuminating the eye, and then I'm photographing from in here. And you can see this green eye is actually a little, it looks like the size of a chip. It's like a flat little chip with a bulbous protrusion, which is the eye that fits into the eye socket. But what we get to see from underneath, from here, in there, what we get to see is a little text. There is a 4, which I believe is the size of the eye, and R. The R means right. This is the right eye to put in the right eye socket. And we also have the left eye, which I also photographed. Let me see if it's visible. Oh, sorry. This is the close-up of the right. This is the R, and then we have the 4. I guess this is maybe the size, but it's like right 4. And it is the eye on the other side, right? If you photograph it through here, through this little hole, and at the right angle, you get to see how the eye is like a protruding plastic piece. That's why it's not glass. It's kind of like a resiny material. But it is transparent, meaning if we illuminate it from the outside, the light will go through this and it will illuminate the entire eye from the inside. Super cool to see. The next picture is the left one. The left one was a little bit harder to photograph for me for some reason, but this here, which is kind of hard to see, this is an L, okay? This is a 4. 4. This line didn't photograph well. And then this is the L, the short little line and the long line. So this is the left eye. And the left eye is also this little disc with a bulbous protrusion up there, which goes out up there through the eye socket. Isn't that fascinating? And now I'm going to show you the other pictures. Here we're getting to how difficult it is to open this mouth. Mine was very, very tight, and this is very, very dangerous and difficult. So if you get your Spinosaur, be very gentle with it in the beginning. Mine was screwed very tightly. So the jaw, you have to bear in mind that the jaw, this part is not screwed, the external part, okay? It's the internal part under the tongue. This plastic and this plastic, they have little, very small bridges here, which you can see. There's one right here, and there's one right there, and then they go around here. This is where the screw is. It is on the left, it's on the right side of the jaw. So the screw is here, not really here. So that means that when you push, you see how it's easy to push this side because there's nothing really holding it back. But this side is tightly screwed. So you have to hold it on this side to push it to close gently. Now, when I first opened mine, the bottom jaw would not move. It would not move. I had to very slowly work it to start moving. And in fact, here's the thing. And I've also checked on Reddit if anybody had the same issue. And there was only one thread on Reddit that talked about this. But this side is the tightly screwed side. And you can see these stress marks. One here, and one there. And on the upper jaw, inner jaw, you have that one stress mark right there, that little white line. It's not bad. It's not going to crack there. It's not getting worse because what I did to loosen mine, so once I got it open, I would kind of play with it and do this a few times, but very gently to loosen the screw. And now my mouth opens relatively well. Better than it did when it was new. Now, when you open it, this little rubber bits, they should be staying inwards. Some people got there in the factory when they closed the mouth of it, they closed it open. So they kind of have their spinos like with this thing poking outwards. You can fix that. You just got to push it in the shape you want it. And once you've pushed it in the shape you wanted, you close it. You close the spino and make sure that it closed with the right thing. And then after a day or two, open it again and it should have the right form. That's not kind of sticking out from the mouth. Next picture. This is a very interesting crocodilian looking kind of scale pattern going on. This also, some people have been claiming, oh my God, the paint is chipped. No, this is a dark wash. Okay, they actually painted the scales on top to give it a little bit more dimension. It does look a little bit dirty or scratched, but it is not. As you can see, it is intentional. It also continues on to the neck here. It gives it more depth and dimension. It gives it that darkness, almost like a shadow hitting it. And now, next picture, we are getting to the big point here that a lot of people are complaining about, the sail, the back sail of the Spinosaur. Because in the movie, there's a lot of blue. And a lot of people, for some reason, seems like their Spinosaur's sails are not painted properly blue, but as you can see, mine is blue. It is very blue. And you can see here another issue that people are having. The Spinosaur does have a very intricate pattern on the sail. It almost looks like a honeycomb type of pattern on the sail. Now, Mattel did not fully match exactly the size of the honeycombs. They got the honeycombs, you know, but down here, like this thing should have been shifted a little bit higher up to there. And so they should have done the honeycomb here instead of pushing it like very down here. Like this part should have been done up here. That's a bit of an issue. I don't know why they messed that up because it's not very accurate to the movie. But of all of the Spinosaurs that I've had thus far, the Legacy Collection Spinosaur, Camp Cretaceous, or is it Chaos Theory Spinosaur, the Battle Roar Spinosaur, like I had them, the blue one with the blood, I have them all. However, this is the one that comes closest to the movie, and I do love this particular blue, which from a distance you don't really notice, but when you come in close, there comes the blue. It does come through. This is, some people are complaining about this seam. I find it totally fine. They made it on that side. On the other side, there is no seam because this sail on this side is fully molded in that way and or cast in that way. And then to make it more stable, they didn't want to have a seam at the tippy top because that would be easier to break and chip. Instead, we have one full piece going over here and then the other. I got a little cut there, which is fine. The belly is colored with a slight little beigey tone. Super cute. Some people are complaining about that as well. I think it just adds more texture to it. It's like expanding the belly, you know, so it kind of, the coloring is also lighter automatically because there's less shading in that part in the actual animal itself, right? So this is the top. Let me show you the next picture. This is the top of the spino. Next picture. More details. This is the part that I think was more airbrushed on the belly, like this side here. But then these markings are printed, also printed. Blue might be airbrushed, and then the other part's printed. And then the next picture is the other side of the sail. So I show you both sides just to show you the different angles of it, how much the blue comes through. Also depending on how much light you project onto it. You can see the blue here more or less, but in this picture, it is much more evident. I did not retouch these pictures, by the way. There's no color grading. These pictures are taken with a flashlight, and they just stayed the way they are. I did not go into post-production with these pictures, altering them in any way to make them look better or whatever. This is exactly how the flash from my iPad camera photographed these sails. That's the blue that comes through with the camera without any retouching. So we have, you've seen a gazillion videos that show you all of the motion of the Spino. It moves, in many different ways. There's many different, for me, I don't know. For me, it's boring to talk about that. But you can see other videos that talk better about it than I do, because that's not what interests me are these other details. And also I thought, let me deliver some stuff that others don't talk about in a review. Why not? And then the Spino is so cute. You can actually carry it with you like this as you go shopping. Now, I've named my Spinosaur Twiggy because Twiggy is very tiny and skinny and cute. So this is Twiggy and Dacob. Yay! We're going to go together to watch a Jurassic World Rebirth. And Twiggy is not going to be in Jurassic World Rebirth because they've decided to go with more accurate looking Spinosaurs for whatever fossils they found. However, I prefer the more fantasy looking version of the Spinosaur, which might not be paleontologically and archaeologically accurate, but it is definitely the dinosaur that I love the most from the entire Jurassic World or Jurassic Park franchise. And Twiggy, in particular, also has a very delicate neck. This ball joint here, like we've seen with the Legacy Spinosaurus, the first one. My Legacy, the first one that I bought, I do have backups of it, but the first one that I bought that I played with, the neck is completely just falling down because this ball joint became super loose. I hope that the Hammond Collection Spinosaur is going to have, that this joint is going to be a little bit tighter, that it's not going to go all like loosey-goosey on me, but I'm not going to push it. I'm not going to overdo it with the movements there, and I'm also not going to overdo it with the bending of the rubber here. So that was my review of Twiggy, the Spinosaur from Jurassic Park 3. And I'm really looking forward to they've announced that they're going to release a super colossal version of Twiggy without all the paint job, much less paint job, but like much bigger. Let me know if you want me to review that one. And until next time, never forget to never give up on dinosaur love. Love you loads. Let me know your thoughts about Twiggy down below. And subscribe, thumb up the video. Bye. There you go. We got Twiggy. Nice to meet you, Twiggy, says Debbie. Okay, so... And, nice. There you go, guys. Wait, is Twiggy gonna... Hold on. She can finally stand. Can she? Oh, Twiggy. Hold on. I have to position her properly so she doesn't fall. Okay. And that was our show. We've been all over the place today. I hope you had fun. We're just going to do a very quick Baby Yoda goodbye today because I got to run. So we're going to just do a cha-cha-cha-cha. And we're going to thank the mods too. But first, let's do cha-cha-cha-cha.
Ciao, 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 ciao. Ciao, 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 ciao. Ciao, 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 ciao.
There you go. All right, guys. And thank you, mods, for keeping us safe.
Special thanks to the mods in the fashion bunker. That's my horror, all 3H, Gloria, Kev, Nicole, and Terry. Bubbles loves you.
I may or may not be going to a secret preview of a certain Jurassic movie today. Don't forget that tomorrow we're going to have ourselves a Tier 2 Patreon and Tier 2 YouTube members live stream exclusive Don't know what time, depends when a hoe wakes up. But so don't forget, guys, Tier 2 members and Tier 2 patrons, tomorrow is a live stream, okay? I hope you had fun today. Until tomorrow, or until we meet next time, never forget to never give up on love, you guys. Look at this beautiful sunset on Isla Sorna, baby. Today, on the National Day of Pink, we got a pink sky. So, you tell him, Twiggy. I gotta close. See you tomorrow. Bye. Mwah.